Hello, everyone. Very good morning. My name is Shinvanti Shi, and I am your host for the day. I'm currently pursuing my MBA in marketing from BML Munjal University. For the last 3 years, we have been running the Heroes of Tomorrow contest, and each year we receive several responses from young, enterprising, and aspiring entrepreneurs. This year, the responses have been equally overwhelming, a whopping 2,200 plus submissions from class 11th and 12th students across the country. This deserves an applause. Adversity. It brings out the best in man, wrote William Shakespeare way back in the 16th century. About 400 years ago, this could not be truer today with the health crisis that we are facing. A common response to adversity is to try and make it go away. The reality is that when adversity is avoided or kept from us, it prevents the rich roots of character, learning, resilience, creativity, and conviction to germinate. Plato would remind us that necessity is the mother of invention. Kellogg's famously rose to prominence during the Great Depression, while Disney, Microsoft, CNN, and MTV started during periods of economic recession. Adversity can and is the fuel for invention and creativity. The first step in becoming innovative is accepting that the world around us needs to change, sometimes because of evolutionary and revolutionary events, and believing that we as individuals must take initiative to make that change happen. Changing the way we live or we do business requires imagination and creativity, and that requires staying curious about the world. Taking unconventional paths requires taking risks for a greater reward, maybe financial or otherwise. It takes courage to act differently than others might. It takes guts to do what no one is actually doing. Innovative people tend not to dwell on things, they are decisive. The unknown does not prevent them. They invest in their own capabilities and plow forward to create inroads where there is none. This was the central theme of our Heroes of Tomorrow 2020 contest that aims to recognize and nurture young talent to think of ingenious ideas to solve global issues. During this global pandemic, the youth have stepped up and leaned in with creative and innovative ideas to bring joy, solve challenges, help those in need, and provide balance to the disbalanced ecosystem. At BMU, we celebrate these innovations, be it across technology, art, science, social, ecological, or just about anything that has germinated as a response to the current adversity we all find ourselves in. Our top 15 finalists, selected from a whopping number of 2,200 plus submissions, are here today. I would also like to invite our chief guest for today, Ms. Renu Munjal, Managing Director, Hero FinCorp. Also, a very warm welcome to all our eminent jury members. Mr. Soumya Goen, Head Marketing Firefox, Mr. Prashant Sabishan, Partner AZB and Partners, Mr. Neeraj Kapoor, Director Center for Management Development IMA, Mr. Ronak Jogeshwar, Atal Tinkering Labs, Dr. Vishal Talwar, Dean School of Management BMU, and Dr. Sarabjot Singh Anand, Director Computer Science and Engineering BMU. Thank you all for taking out time to be with us here today. To kickstart the proceedings of the day, I would like to request Dr. Manoj K. Arora, Vice Chancellor, BML Munjal University, to please speak a few words.
Thank you, Shrivanti. Respected Mrs. Renu Munjal ji, Chief Guest of the event, whole Munjal family and the Hero Group community, deans and heads of the departments of BML Munjal University, members of the jury, faculty and students of BML Munjal University, and my dear budding scholars who want to become entrepreneurs and leaders in their profession in time to come. I welcome you all to the Heroes of Tomorrow contest launched by the marketing team of BML Munjal University. I'm sure that all of you know about us, the BML Munjal University. We are a young university, but a university with a difference. Our vision is to create leaders who are knowledgeable and skilled and are equipped with life learning skills to work on challenging problems of the globe and provide affordable and innovative solutions. The university's ideology is based on three I's principle: inquire, innovate, and impact. Thus, innovations and innovative minds are in our genes. In the backdrop of this, the Heroes of Tomorrow contest is indeed a very novel concept where we try to identify those students who have great ideas, who can innovate, and who can become real heroes of tomorrow. This is the fourth edition of Heroes of Tomorrow contest, which commenced on October the 5th, 2020. I have a strong belief that there is always a hero hidden in each kid. Through this contest, we shall discover a few heroes from students of class 11 and 12th in the country. In fact, this is the right age group when they prepare themselves to build their careers in their chosen profession. If they can be guided at the right time, they will do wonders. These kids have curious minds which have no boundaries and can lead to limitless ideas. No doubt, the kids of our nation are the most brilliant ones, not only in India, but in the world too. Today, if you see, NASA has more than 30% of the scientists who are from Indian origin. We gave zero to the world through Aryabhat. The first public demonstration of microwave transmission was made by Jagdish Chandra Bose. Hargobind Khorana was the first to demonstrate the role of nucleotides in protein synthesis. We gave Ayurveda, we gave yoga. I can list many inventions and innovations. Let me also list out two recent innovations. Many of you may know that J Sharp programming language is a transitional language for programmers of Java and Visual J++ languages. So one can use existing knowledge and applications on .NET framework. This language was developed by the Hyderabad-based Microsoft India Development Center at High Tech City in India. Kojo programming language, which is an integrated development environment for computer programming and learning. Kojo is an open source software and was created and is actively developed in India. There are many such examples and the journey continues. I think you are also the ones who have the potential to bring out new innovations and inventions. Since we know that you have the potential, we launched this contest. This year's contest was all the more important since, as you all know, that the impact that the current pandemic has made on all of us and in all spheres of life, be it technology, be it healthcare, be it economy, be it social fabric, be it psychology and whatnot. It has in fact affected the whole world in many unprecedented ways. At the same time, the pandemic has also given us hope in the shape of innovative ideas. During this global pandemic, the youth have stepped up as as you know, and leaned in with creative and innovative ideas to bring joy, solve challenges, help those in need, and provide balance to the imbalanced ecosystem. As Swami Vivekananda said, take up an idea, make that one idea your life, think of it, dream of it, live on that idea. Let the brain, muscles, nerves, every part of your body be full of that idea and just leave every other idea alone. This is the way to success. That is the way great spiritual giants are produced. It is in this background that the Heroes of Tomorrow 2020 has created a buzz in school students to showcase their innovations. The innovations could either be an idea waiting to be unveiled or a prototype. Heroes of Tomorrow 2020 celebrates these innovations, be it across technology, art, science, social, ecological, or just about anything that has germinated as a response to the current adversity we all find ourselves in. Thus, one can be an art innovator, a tech innovator, a mathematician, or a social change maker. The aim of this contest is to recognize and nurture young talent. The students are required to share their innovative solutions to any problem that would have a significant impact on the society. I am happy to note that we received more than 2,000 entries from more than 600 schools spread over 200 cities in India. All the participating students submitted their innovative ideas in various fields. Once the entries were submitted, they were evaluated on various parameters like their understanding of the problem that they were trying to solve with the innovative idea, the minimum viable product, and the proof of concept, among other parameters. So the contest has 3 rounds: entry submission, semifinals, finals. We shortlisted 175 entries for the semifinal round. The shortlisted 175 semifinalists received a 2-day certificate training session on monetizing your idea and how to deliver a strong pitch. The semi-finalists were invited to submit the next round of presentations. Among these presentations, we have picked 15 participants for the final round. These participants will be judged on originality, innovation, creativity, quality, and presentation. A jury consisting of highly learned professionals in their own domain has been constituted. We will eventually get 3 winners who will earn cash prize, Firefox bikes, and scholarships for AUG program of their choice at BML Munjal University. I must thank Firefox bikes for this gesture. It is for the information to all the kids that BML Munjal University has many UG programs: BBA, BA Honors Economics, BCom Honors, BA LLB, BBA LLB, BTech in Computer Sciences, BTech in Electronics and Computers, BTech in Mechanical Engineering, and BTech in Engineering Sciences. All these disciplines have many specializations and courses which have been designed to cater for the new generation of technologies in this Industry 4.0 era. These include big data, cloud computing, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence and data sciences, robotics and automation, augmented reality, cybersecurity, digital economy, digital marketing, business analytics, and many more. Who knows, some of you can become the part of BMU family and be the leaders and heroes of tomorrow. I want to congratulate each and every participant of this contest, as I believe that each of them is a winner, since each one of you had an idea and therefore you took part in this contest. I wish all the best to those who have made it to the final round of 15. May the best 3 ideas win the contest, but it doesn't mean that the other 12 are losers. You know, this weekend I was watching Indian Idol 2020, which also has 15 finalists. They all are so talented that when they give their performance, no one can distinguish between them. Although only one will win, but each 15 of them will have a great career ahead. Same is the case with all the 15 shortlisted participants who are our heroes of tomorrow. कुछ करना है तो डट कर चल, थोड़ा दुनिया से हट कर चल, लीक पर तो सभी चल लेते हैं, कभी इतिहास को पलट कर चल. In the end, I would like to thank the whole team of BML Munjal University, led by the marketing group, to make this contest a successful one. Wishing you all the best. Have fun.
Thank you, sir. Those words were indeed very encouraging. Just notice Dr. Manik Kumar, Dean School of Engineering and Technology, BML Munjal University, is here with us as well. Sir, we welcome you to this event. Now, before we move on to the presentations, some rules that would apply are: each finalist will be given 5 minutes to make the presentation. They will be given a notice once 2 minutes are remaining, and then when once 1 minute is remaining. Please adhere to the time limit. Post the presentation, the jury members can ask questions to the presenting finalist. 5 minutes have been allocated for this interaction. It is a request to the jury to be brief in discussion and allow other members to also interact with the presenting finalist. The jury members are required and requested to input their scores simultaneously on their sheets as well. So without further ado, let's move ahead. Our first participant for the day is Aditi Singh from GD Goenka World School.
Hello. I think I should share my screen and start with the presentation. Just a second. Wait, could someone just guide me how to share screen on Zoom? Because I have not used the software.
So can you see where you can mute, unmute yourself?
Yeah.
Just go towards the right-hand side. You'll see share screen option.
Oh, wait, it's not there on my... Oh, yeah, found it. Yeah, there. Okay.
Got it?
Yeah, got it. Thank you so much. Okay, so my name is Aditi Singh, and today I will be sharing my idea. This is just my information over here, my name, school, city. Okay, so let's begin. So before I came up with an idea, I first had to find a problem, right? Because like the host said, necessity is the mother of invention. So in my school, I remember reading about the agriculture sector of our country, and I found out that agriculture is one of the most important sectors in India, especially since it's a developing country. And around 60% of the population is in the primary sector, and it contributes to over 18% in our GDP. So it's a lot of money, right? However, I also remember reading the study by NASCOM in 2019 that the agriculture sector faced over 93,000 crores in losses. And then I realized why in the rural sector, whenever I saw poor farmers using outdated technologies, why they couldn't use newer, better technologies that the Western counterparts used. For reference, I've used a photo of a farmer over here. I use this photo because this is precisely what I will be stressing upon. This farmer over here is using this box at the back, which he will be using for spraying nutrients on his fields. And as you can see, he is using it on his back. Now, carrying such heavy things on their back can have terrible health problems in the long run. It can cause, like I've written over here, it can cause shoulder to rotate backwards, etc. And hence, I decided to focus my new innovation on this part. I realized that this is one of the biggest problems faced by farmers: spraying nutrients effectively in less time and low effort. So I went on the internet and I searched for similar products, and I found out that they're extremely expensive, and I will be mentioning that later in my slides. So due to this, what happens is that low-scale farmers have to risk their lives. They have to risk their health in the long term just to provide food to all of us. So I came up with a solution. The solution was to produce a lower cost agricultural sprayer, which is more efficient and reduces human effort. So what happens if the human effort is reduced and the efficiency increases? There's a great scope of commercialization, and it's a win-win for both the producer and the consumer. The consumer, in this case, the farmers. What is going to happen? More profit for me, lower cost for them, more efficiency for them, and hence more profit for them also. The proposed prototype, like I said, will consume less time and reduce the effort to pump manually. And since more area of the crop will be covered, they will be able to cover more area in less time. Like I said, efficiency. So these are two agriculture sprayers that I found online, which are similar to the ones I made.
Aditi, 2 minutes left.
And like I said, this is for $5,000 and this is for $80,000 per unit. So you can see how expensive it is. So this is the prototype that I made. Now you can see the breadth of the chassis. It's enough for the farmer to use. I've used 3 wheels to make sure it's stable. They have adjustable spring mechanism so the farmers can adjust how much nutrients they have to spray, and they have variable adjustable nozzle. This is the prototype over here, which I made on CATIA. Like I mentioned before, variable axial nozzle has been used, made up of brass. Why? To increase durability. The design is very simple. It can be stored very easily. Here, explicitly, I've mentioned the cost. And as you guys can see, the previous one that I showed was 1,966% more expensive than the one I've shown here. And the best part is that as production increases, the average total cost is going to reduce. And because the average total cost will reduce,
1 minute left.
what is going to happen is that by using economies of scale, I will be able to sell my product at a lower cost, and I will also be able to make more profit. This is the proof of concept over here. This has been tried, tested, built. It can be altered according to the farmer's needs. It sprays from both the sides. So again, more area can be covered. The length of this can be adjusted. So they can cover more area of land by pulling it up, less area by pulling it down. The only setback is that it cannot be used on wet farmlands such as rice because the tires would not work properly. Otherwise, in my opinion, this is amazing, a lower cost solution, and it can help farmers greatly. Thank you very much. Should I stop presenting now? Thank you so much.
Time up.
You can start presenting.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks, Aditi. Nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Aditi. This is Neeraj.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Very
Good
good
morning.
presentation. A very
Thank you
interesting
very
idea.
much.
So just a few questions. One
sure.
being that, have you had any experience of being at a farm and seeing what the farmer goes through? Just asking.
Yes. That is how I came up with this whole idea.
Okay, good. And what about the cost? I mean, you quoted some cost, and this is on the basis of a retail price that you were done putting one piece together, or how have you arrived at the cost?
Okay, so I only made one prototype. So I had gone to regular hardware stores to buy these materials. However, because I brought one at a time, it was more expensive. But I think if we commercialize it, because of economies of scale, we'll buy it wholesale and the cost will reduce significantly.
Okay. And from the prototype, I could observe that this could be used for doing other things as well. I mean,
Definitely.
There is lot more space on the product to mount other things as well. So have you considered that?
Yes, I've definitely considered it. I think apart from farming, this can also be used at home. I think at home, if you have a garden, people use pipes, which increase or water sprinklers. I think even this is a great alternative. It can be stored easily.
Okay. And just a last question. I mean, since we would always believe in commercializing a product, any analysis done on how much is the farmer currently spending on a product like this, or how much is he likely to spend? I mean, if it really brings him a lot of comfort.
Okay, so the ones that I used on the back, actually, I had researched on it. It costs 1,000 to 2,000, and the ones which come with the trolley, it's upwards 80,000. So and this is around 3,000. So I think since it's only 1,000 upwards, I think it is possible for the farmers to spend so much money.
Thanks, Aditi.
All right, thank you so much.
Aditi, can I ask you a couple of questions? Firstly, I loved your presentation. Great product. Have you got a farmer to actually use it, and what is the feedback from them?
No, I have not had any farmer use it yet. I made it at my grandparents' house, and my grandfather actually does gardening, and he did use it, and I got a great feedback from him.
Okay, but your target market is farmers, right? So I guess you need to kind of check with them.
Definitely.
And have you done any research into how many farmers are actually having back problems as a result of this? Do you have any numbers on that?
Well, I did read on the internet regarding back problems which farmers incur. There was no number specifically, but it said that people who tend to just in general carry heavy things on the back, in long term, in over 10-15 years, they tend to develop a lot of issues over time. So there wasn't a number as such, but it was generalized.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, I hope all the questions are done for Aditi. Thank you so much, Aditi.
Thank you very much. I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yes, we did. Thank you.
Thanks, Aditi. All the best.
Thank you very much, sir.
We have some more amazing ideas coming up ahead. So our next participant for the day is Riya Sinha from South Point School.
Hello, everyone. Am I visible?
Yes, Riya, you are.
Yes. So shall I start?
Yes, please.
Good morning, everybody. Myself, Riya Sinha, a class 12 student of South Point School, Guwahati, would like to thank Heroes of Tomorrow, BML Munjal University, and the distinguished jury members for providing me with this opportunity to showcase my idea, which will help us to do away with the problem of losing livelihoods by thousands of people during COVID pandemic. So, despite efforts of the government to provide them with all possible support, there is a need for a long-term solution to provide them with a sustainable livelihood. So the birth of my idea is to harness the potential of existing extrinsic and intrinsic needs of various category of services. So for example, as an service seeker, I require the services of an electrician or a plumber. So I need to search for the service, and the availability of these services at times become difficult. Service providers are available abundantly in the country, but when we need to search them, we find it difficult when we need the services. So we get late at time, or we can't find the right service at the right time. So my idea is to build a bridge between people who need services and people who can provide these services and create a win-win situation for all of them. So I have included the service categories like electrician, plumber, mason, domestic help, laundry, dog handlers, and all such services. So all these people will get connected to the people who need services by a mobile app called Sathi. So as a result of this, both domestic and commercial service seekers will get an opportunity to avail these services. So this is an implementation plan made by me, which starts from a creation of a database of all categories and includes all the steps till the backend team takes the feedback after the service delivery. So these are the steps. So you can witness the steps here in the implementation plan. Moving forward, this is the way I have created my business model, which clearly defines the key partners which I will need, the value propositions, the various costs, and most importantly, who are my customers and the revenue stream. So you all can have a look at the business model. Next, to kickstart with my project, the first step will be to identify a city, then creating a backend team for implementation and go further on the implementation plan, which I have shared earlier. So this is the startup activity flow, which I will require for my idea to get implemented. So you can see the activity flow. Then I have made this service delivery model wherein the customer makes a service request through the app, the backend team receives it, and then contacts the service provider and checks the cost. After that, the backend team communicates with the customer, and if the customer agrees, the service is provided by the service provider at some terms and conditions. The customer makes
2 minutes left.
The customer makes the payment, and then the backend team transfers the payment to the service provider. And at last, backend team asks for the customer feedback. So here is the service delivery model. You can have a look at it. Next, benefits of this whole idea, if implemented, will be like there will be availability of a gamut of services to customers on a single platform. The semi-skilled and unskilled workers will get multiple opportunities to earn their livelihood. The future opportunities will be created, and most importantly, there will be transparency in payments among the customers and the service providers. Due to all of this, there will be a huge impact on the society, which may include like the semi-skilled and unskilled workers will get sustainable livelihood. This will be the first structured platform for service delivery across sectors. And also it will provide a convenient doorstep services to the customers. Above all these ideas, there may be some challenges which I will face, like the infrastructure required for this or the funding of this project, or like creating of database, which will be an exhaustible task, but we will do it. Then convincing the customers and bringing the manpower and explaining them about the concept. So these are the challenges which I'll face, but if with time we can overcome these challenges, and this idea I think will be very helpful for the semi-skilled and unskilled workers, as well as the people who require services related to these. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I think it's a very, very interesting idea, Noria. I was wondering how different is it from urban company? I mean, you heard of urban company? Hello,
Yes, sir.
Ria.
Yes, sir.
So how different are we proposing? I mean, I saw a lot of similarity in their with their model, no? So anything specific you have in mind? I mean, not to say that urban company has the right to be the monopolistic player in that field, but at the same time, how do you think your idea is different from the one which is already in place? So could you reflect on that?
Yes, sir. So my idea is different, means in urban company, it is very good. Limited services are there and it is a little bit costly, not that much, but a little bit. In my service, what is there, like we will create a database we will seek the service providers, we will find them and ask them, and they will work for us as under our organization. And if we open the app and tap on the service, if we click on the service, like we need an electrician, so by clicking the electrician, the people will find that how many electricians are there in their locality. So they will choose the electrician. Then our backend team will ask the service provider that what will be the cost, and cost will be according to the duration of the work and how much equipments they require. So they will directly contact with them, and they will then, if the service provider allows, then they will communicate, the backend team communicate the cost with the customer. So the customer agrees to the terms and conditions. Then the service provider directly will come and work. Means it's not just recruiting people, means creating a database of people so that they can work under us, but not as an employer of ours. They have their own working style, but they will work under our organization to provide help to the people. And in urban company, all these people are recruited under them and they provide services. But in my all, means semi-skilled and unskilled people will get more opportunities to help people, to showcase their means skills also, and then electrician, plumber, and more domestic services like car washing, dog handlers, and courier services like this. So I think this is in more deep related to the semi-skilled and unskilled workers.
Okay.
Ria, one of the
yeah, sure.
Sorry,
Please.
Ria, one of the very important questions that any entrepreneur must ask whenever they get an idea is what are the barriers to entry they can create? So how can they stop competition with deep pockets coming in and taking away their market from them? Have you thought about something like this as to what is, how are you going to make it difficult for somebody to compete?
Yes, sir, I have think about it. Means when we're creating the database, we will try to access more and more semi-skilled and unskilled workers so that they can come under our organization and they can work for the people. So as the time will go on, more and more people will join with us and customers will get, means they will have good feedback for us. So our means company or app will gain more popularity and the people will have trust on our services. So this will create means some type of competition with others who are doing this, as we will be more efficient with our services, provide more provide best services to the service seeker. And like this will create a competition among them that our services are much better than theirs, or we are providing the work at less cost, minimal cost which the people can afford for such works. And there will be transparency in payments also, the no grudges in payments or like that. So customers should have good feedback for us, and we will also nurture in the further time.
Okay, great. And what do you, believe your investment is going to be in this business? How much money do you need to actually make this business go? Have you looked at those numbers?
Yes, I have thought about it. At first, a lot of funding will be needed for this, and I cannot bear that cost. So I have to talk about the key partners also here, that they will help us in sponsoring and creating the databases or that things. So the sponsors will also help a lot in this.
And where is most of the money going to go? Where do you think the maximum spend is?
Maximum money, I think, will go in the renting of all them. If we provide them with custom with the, what do you say, creation of the app will take more money, because highly professionals will create the app. Then if we would set up an office somewhere in that city, so that infrastructure will take a lot of money. Then creating the database will take a lot of money. So all these things will be account under fixed cost. And if variable costs are there, then the uniforms which will be provided to the workers, and that all things, the rent we have to pay. So that's all the things which will cost be divided.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
See, if anyone else isn't making any observation, Priya, there's one take that I have on this. It is that when you are lending your name, a platform is lending his name or its name to the people who are providing services, there has to be some kind of uniformity of delivery. Keep that in mind, because I think making the app is the easiest thing in this world. It's actually the running of this kind of a program which calls for a lot of monitoring, a lot of supervision. In fact, I would tend to believe that a lot of resources would be devoted in recruiting, in managing, in training, in running these programs very, very smoothly. So while I'm a true believer in technology and the way it can make our life easier, but let me tell you, this is a humongous task on ground, training people, recruiting right kind of people, because they represent your brand, right? So you have to be very, very mindful of that fact. It's not a question, but it's just an observation, just to give you a perspective of this kind of a model.
So I think, Ria, at the same time, very good presentation. Thank you very much. Very encouraging. You might want to look at also the your target audience, or any particular area that you want to move into. Obviously, you'll have to understand whether you want to directly compete with the bigger guys, or you're looking at a particular problem that is not being solved at the moment. Now, whether that is, let's say, with certain, sections of society, socioeconomic, is there a section which may not necessarily be in the urban areas, because you would notice a lot of the clustering of such companies is happening in specific areas, like a creamy layer or whatever. Are you looking at something else, right? So I think a little bit more fine tuning on your target, and essentially in the process, the kind of solution you have for them, will definitely further enhance your, presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's a wonderful product, Ria. Work on it. Work on all parameters. It can really do wonders. As
Yes,
Dr.
sir. I've
Talwar
started
pointed
working
out,
on it.
yes, as Dr. Talwar pointed out, that most of our services are currently focused at the urban population. There is a lot of scope of creating these models for smaller markets. So I wish you all the best. Wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
you, Ria. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ria.
So moving ahead, we have our next participant for the day. Meet H. Bakrania from Edunova Higher Secondary School, Ahmedabad.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Morning.
Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Myself, Meet from Ahmedabad, Gujarat. I am studying in 12th Edunova Higher Secondary School. Let's start the presentation. As we all know, coronavirus has gripped the world badly, and there are only hopes for medicines and fitting vaccines as of now. During the first lockdown, I daily watched my mom carrying dustbin from home to foyer so that housekeeping staff carry the waste and then mom carried it out back in the home. I realized that this is a big risk in terms of virus transmission and my mom can easily get infected from the dustbin, which was just handled by housekeepers. So let us move to the solution. This incident made me thinking about making the dustbin that nobody needs to touch for using. This way it will be more safe for my family and society. I was successful making a working prototype dustbin that can work in darkness and also on a lower power supply via a power bank or a mobile phone charger. Dustbin lids open up when it senses the hand or garbage via ultrasonic sensor and closes back after the defined time period. Let us move to the list of materials. This is list of materials that I use for building the prototype. Apart from the common materials, this includes main electronic components like microcontroller Arduino, HCSR04 ultrasonic sensor, MG995 servo motor. Let me show you the assembly. This drawing shows that the dustbin structure and components assembly.
2 minutes left.
Here is the connection diagram. Here is ultrasonic sensor, servo motor, and 9-volt battery and microcontroller Arduino Uno. And the text file in right hand corner below is the text file that contains the code that needs to be transferred to microcontroller using a laptop or a computer. Let's move to the most satisfying part of my presentation. Let me play the video. So as you can see, the sensor senses the waste or hand and lid opens up. Once the waste thrown in, lid closes back after a specified time period. Let me play the video again. So this is my dream that I had put into words. I want to make this dustbin in the form of a commercially sellable product with all components concealed in the body, maintenance free, plus it will have an affordable cost. So this is all from my side about the toy-free dustbin. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Meet. I think it is a very good idea. And you've also given us an understanding of how come you came up with this idea. Well done. Now, what are the constraints you might face when the customer or let's say people at home will want to adopt this kind of product? Any particular limitations or constraints of your touchless dustbin which might prevent adoption or which might prevent people wanting to buy this?
No, sir, I don't see any constraints.
Meet, I have a very simple question. I mean, since you have a product in mind, of course, you would be having the target audience in mind. Have you thought of a price for the product in case you ever take it to the market?
It will cost around 600 to 800.
And I mean, how long do you think it is likely to last? Have you done any? Because a dustbin in a market for a normal household would be like 40, 50 rupees, right? And so I just wanted to understand that perspective, because price could be a major barrier, because it's dustbin after all. I mean, I quite understand the trigger points that you had before you really put this product together, but at the same time, I think price is a very, very important criteria when it comes to commercializing a product. So any price point that you have in mind, no, I mean, where you could, because 600 to 800, I don't see too many, I mean, people coming and buying it. So is there a way, have you done any, comparative analysis with the existing products, or how much people would be willing to shell out?
Sir, for commercial, it will price 400, but I made a prototype for first time, so it will price 600 to 800.
Okay.
I had a question. Thank you for the idea. I just wanted to know the battery which you use. There's a lot of e-waste concerns today. So do you think, it might contribute by replacing batteries frequently? Will it add to the e-waste problem separately if somebody, goes in for this, dustbin?
Sir, we can also use a direct power supply, DC power supply.
You can avoid the battery completely.
Also, we can use a mobile phone charger.
Okay.
Did you get any consumer feedback, Meet? Any people who may have given
No,
you
sir.
any suggestions? Or
Not yet, but I can try to make it more portable.
okay.
That's a nice presentation. Did you try to find out who will be the actual user? I mean, at your home, definitely your mom was using due to this COVID time, but I'm sure at the home, generally our parents or we don't handle these garbage things once it's time to liquidate to outside. So have you tried to find out who will be using and what will be the duration of the longevity of this product? And anything similar thing is available in the market? If yes, then what is the kind of current cost is there?
No, sir, it is not available in the market.
Okay.
I show it to my neighbors also, and I got a good response.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation.
Thanks, Meet. All the best to you.
Thank you, sir.
Amit, all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Going ahead, we have our fourth participant for the day, Karthik Chidambaram from Amrita Vidyalayam, Nesapakkam, Chennai.
Could you see the screen, sir? The PPT?
Yes.
So let us start from the beginning. My name is Karthik Chidambaram and I'm going to explain my project artificial intelligence security. Even in the 21st century, a good night's sleep is extremely expensive. And due to inconsistency of security system in the current gen technology, the best solution I would suggest is my software of facial recognition. To give an idea of how extreme the problem is and why my project is suitable solution. Statistically, even in United States, 60% of murder cases, 50% of assault cases, and 10% of vehicle theft crimes remains unsolved. If you look at these numbers, the escape of vehicle theft criminals are only of 10%. But in other categories, it is significantly higher. This is because all the vehicle have a number plate which can be read through CCTV cameras. Imagine if every person could be identified easily in a short amount of time. So this is my BMC model. I have set up the price of my software about 50,000 because it needs services as it is IoT, machine learning, and the camera price is about 2,000, and the server setup cost will be about 34,000. So the labor and transport per man day would be 5,000. The total cost of my product would be 1,15,000, and the profit for each product sold would be 25,000. So let us go to the program. So the basic concept of this program is to simply compare and to calculate their variance in facial parameters. Upon receiving the amount of variance, it is then decided if the face from the image would be the match of the person. To calculate the variance, I have used two mathematical equations, MST, mean square error, and SSIM. For this, I have used CV2 in the program. As you see, I will show you a video of it later. So the MST would be value from 0 to infinity. If the value is exactly 0, then the image is perfectly similar. And SSIM values ranges from -1 to +1, indicating -1 the most variant and +1 indicating the copy of the original image. Actually, I couldn't share my video. Oh. Could you see the video, sir?
Not yet.
No, not yet, but I'm hoping we can see your screen.
I couldn't share my video. Yeah. Could you see the video, sir?
No.
You might need to play it again because I think.
Not yet, sir.
Yes, we can now. I think.
Yeah.
Is it supposed to be your screen in the video?
Yeah,
or?
the file manager.
Yeah, it is open.
Okay, so I have created a spooder.py over here. This is the NAS server I have created using Raspberry Pi. So here in the final project, I am going to save a picture of from my computer, which would be the server. As this is a prototype, I could just show you this copy. I'm pasting it in here, and I'm going to show you through VNC server. This is the VNC server and the Raspberry Pi. I have used Pi. So this is the image comparison program that I have made. And these are the three images that I've copied. The first two was already there because it is a criminal database from the government that would be compared between each other. So these are the images that are shown. The first two images are the same, but the third image would be different. To make you understand what is my program. So I'll run the program here in the video. 1 minute left. So this is first it will ask me whether it is JPG or PNG, the file mode, and I have given the name of the file, and you could see the three images over there, and you could see it is 100% match. As I said, MST value is 0 and SSIM is equal to 1 because it is the same image. So if you see here, there are two different images and we could get a value more than this. With the help of IoT presentation, we could make India the safest place to shelter. With the help of government database of criminals, we could make it to a MongoDB server, and we could create this program and connect all the CCTV cameras together. With the help of Kavalan app, if we have any ongoing offense or assaults taking place, we could use the Kavalan app to alert those security cameras in that area and message to the police and make them come as soon as possible and also catch the assault criminal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karthik. Thank you.
Thank you, Karthik. Maybe this is my area, so maybe I'll start. I love the idea of making proactive CCTV cameras.
Thank you,
I
sir.
think that's the need of the hour. However, I mean, if I understand correctly, right now what you're doing is you're taking individual pixels and comparing their intensities between two
Actually,
images, right?
as this is a yes, sir, but as this is a prototype, I'm just doing that. But with the help of neural networking and artificial intelligence that I am learning now, I would be able to doing a program that is much more efficient than this.
Right. So, clearly there are issues with the basic idea you have currently, and I think definitely
Yes.
you should be looking at deeper
As
models for this.
As it is just a prototype to show you guys how it works. That's it, sir.
Right,
It is
right.
only the necessary to show you how it works.
Okay.
And
is
it
there
works
anything like
perfectly.
this in the market? Have you done a market survey to see whether
Yes,
there
sir.
are...
Actually, there is nothing the same like this. I have gotten this idea from the news channels where I saw CCTVs and stuff, and from the Internet of Things, IoT, from the car services. In the development of new cars, you could see that if there is any problem in the car, it will directly contact the service places. So I got this idea from there. So I don't think so it is there. I also went into a survey of everywhere, every place in whole world to get this.
Okay, great. I love the fact that you've got your hands dirty with technology.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Karthik,
Yes,
you
sir.
heard, you must have heard of a company called NVIDIA. And
Yes, sir. NVIDIA GeForce Experience. Sure,
yes.
sir.
So they have a product, like this, and it's not a new one. And you also
okay.
have, yes, you have a couple of technology companies in Israel, prime amongst which is a company called Mobileye. So I would request you to kind of do a little bit of a research on the products that they have created. They are all surveillance products and they are very, very advanced in nature. Right?
Yeah,
so,
I have also seen that, sir. Sorry to
yes.
interrupt you. But in India, there is nothing like this, sir. If we make this a true innovation and bring this to the whole country, it would be the safest place of shelter, sir. This technology.
So
Probably
I would,
it might be in the. You continue, sir.
no, you
Sorry.
please, you're saying something.
It might be in places like very advanced army needs and places, sir, but not for normal users, for like houses and normal areas, normal government cameras that are taken place in every area.
Great.
It should be available in every part of India, sir. That is the need for this project.
Karthik, I had a question, Prashant here.
Sure, sir.
I was not clear. Where are you planning to use this products? Is it in government or industrial type activities, forensics, or
Sir, it
in
is
homes also?
for every place, sir. It is for everyone, every place in India.
Okay, and how
And
does it? Because you mentioned one lakh plus, cost, but today, I'm not a technical person, so my only question is today CCTV say costs 30,000-40,000.
yes, sir.
How does this compare or change? Why would I'm just as a layperson, please pardon my ignorance, but why will somebody pay 1 lakh? What is the extra which it is doing
That
technologically?
is this product would be in a whole area, sir. So it would cost 1 lakh, not for one person, for all the persons. If the government initiates this project, it would be great because it would reduce the investigatory process of police only, sir, to find the criminals. So the price is not much deal here, I think so. If the price is much deal, government funds or all the all the people in one area should put money together and
Okay,
buy it.
sure. Thank you.
So, Karthik, can you give me one other use for this technology apart from this whole concept of criminals? And
We can use it as log data, sir. Surely, if we are in huge IT companies, there are lots of lots of people, like 500,000 people working in one IT company, a big company. They couldn't keep a log data. They have to keep a fingerprint scanner for everyone. But it just needs, you have to go in front and it will scan your face and it will just say that, yeah, he is the person in working in this department, and he gets the access to go get it.
so predominantly surveillance is what you're suggesting.
Yes,
Anything non-surveillance?
Non-surveillance. The security system itself is a non-surveillance thing, sir.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there any questions, sir? Also, the students can ask question if they want.
No, Karthik, it was a great presentation. I really liked it. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Yeah, all the best.
Thank you,
you, sir.
Karthik. Take care. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Thank you, Karthik. So our next participant for the day is Mrigank Pawagi from Vishwa Bharati Public School, Noida.
Yeah, hello. Morning to all.
Morning, Mrigank.
Okay, I hope I'm visible and audible. Yeah. So hi, I'm Vedant, and I'm going to present today a new solution to an old problem before you all. Well, I'll start with a problem that we all face pretty often, and that is queues. Long and tiring, time-consuming and frustrating. In fact, I have myself faced them, and I just hate them. In fact, like when I go out to get me to the barbers, that is where I just feel very frustrated by these long queues. And at the same time, these queues also contribute a lot to unwanted crowding, which is something not fine in these months. And then at the same time, for us consumers, we also face the challenge of lack of choices in the market. And it's not just the lack of options, but the lack of awareness of the options that comes into play. These same problems have one more face when it comes to the vendors. In fact, the small vendors like shops and salons, these very queues lead to delayed timings at the shops, and that causes a lot of customer dissatisfaction. This is very detrimental to their business. And in case of small vendors, they already face a lack of business management and customer outreach tools. And with all that, that is very harmful to their sales. And moreover, with COVID-19, all these problems have only magnified for these people. Now, for this, my solution is an open and free virtual marketplace that I told alluded you. It is a suite of two applications, one for consumers and one for vendors. The consumers are thus given a place to look for services and products, compare them, choose the best one, and join a virtual queue to the same from the comfort and safety of their homes. For the vendors, They are being given a simple and affordable, yet a powerful tool to reach out to customers, increase their visibility, and manage their business and these very tools and all that they need to run and grow their business. Now, this product stands apart from all its competitors like WaveTech or QMinder because unlike any of them, it's much more affordable. It costs hardly 399 per month to the vendors with all the technical support, like deployment and hosting included within. And it's so simple that it can be managed by one single person, like the vendor himself on his smartphone. It works on all software platforms, just name it, Android, iOS, web, and desktop. And like I want to pinpoint that there's not just one more portal for queuing, but rather this is a complete virtual marketplace. A complete virtual marketplace that is based on options and discoverability, and also allows the vendors to broadcast themselves. The target market that I wish to capture includes small vendors as well as mean-income families, which constitute around 28% of the population in India, and they rely heavily on small nearby shops for their daily needs. They spend at least 150 crore rupees every day in the market, with a foot traffic of around 50 to 500 people every day in each shop, despite a space of just 2 square feet on average. We have so many consumers and we have so many vendors that the prospects are very large, and just if we just enroll even 0.01% of the vendors, we can make a profit that amounts to as much as 2 crore rupees within a year. As per my research in the market, this product is highly demanded and can actually fit the market really well. My revenue model is simple though comprehensive. It is based on recurring subscription from vendors, as I mentioned before, and also gives them the option to place ads for their customers. At the same time, while the app is completely free for consumers, they can also pay for upsells like advanced bookings and more features like a queue scheduler. Now, with this, I'm trying to make a huge social impact by helping small businesses reverse the impact of the pandemic and reacquire their customers by going back to the new normal. With such a simple and affordable tool, they too will have the chance to compete and grow in the market. At the same time, consumers are being empowered and are being given more freedom in terms of options, and they can choose the best thing, all while staying safe and secure. Well, so far, I have made some tangible progress, beginning from extensive market research, which includes 2 surveys of over 100 people. All the charts that I have used so far, in fact, have been based on the same data. Also, I have developed fully functional MVPs that are already live as websites and on the Play Store as Android apps.
Right.
I have received positive feedback from our early users who signed up during these surveys, and I have tried to push these updates onto the Play Stores and so on. My product is built to last, and to the live website. This is the live website, which has all the features as I just mentioned in the so far. This is the one for the consumers. Here's the site for the vendors. Yeah. Yes. Here are the apps on the Google Play Store, and here's the research data that I just mentioned. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mrigant.
Mrigant, you've got this app and website now running for how long?
Sir, I have this been running, like the first version that I pushed was, I think, 2 months ago. I have been trying to push more updates into it. And I think the last one was last week. I pushed one more like some fixes into it. But yeah, the first push was, I think, 2 months ago.
So how many businesses do you have using this, and how many end users using it right now?
So far, all the people that have been that are on this platform are for testing. Although I do have some some people here, like I do have 2 or more vendors from my own area where I live. Like there's a salon and some shops right there. And yes, some people have used that, because when these people placed the pamphlets of this app on their store, people did use it at times as, yeah.
Okay. And what's your go-to-market strategy then? How do you want to scale this to more users? How are you going to achieve that?
Yeah. For scaling, what I believe is that my plan is to enroll at least 50 vendors and 500 consumers from my own city within the next 3 months. What I believe is that once we have, a limit, some vendors on the platform, it will create, kind of a buzz, a competition to for all for all the people in the area to actually come to the platform. For example, if in a market one vendor joins the platform, then all of his competitors will also want to join to maintain the pace with it. So what I think is that once we have some people on the platforms, some vendors, we will more vendors are liable to join, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mrigank, before I comment on your product, I think I'd like to comment on the presentation. A very well done presentation. I think very comprehensively you had mapped the competitors. You've talked about the social impact. So a very good and a very, very complete presentation, I must say.
Thanks a
So
lot.
congratulations. So keep up.
Thank you so much.
That's very good to see. Very heartening. You've actually looked at all the aspects of the product before presenting. That's one. Number two is I believe that this product has a lot of potential, because as we move into the future, post pandemic and all, I think one model which is likely to sustain is phygital. No, it is a mix of physical and the digital. So most of the times we imagine products or create products only in the digital space, or only think about them in the physical space. So this is a very good phygital model that you've come up with. I really would like to congratulate you on that vision. It's an interesting product. It can do very well. My only thing is that while we are trying to, because as I pointed out in one of the presentations before, this requires huge physical effort on ground, right? So I think go alone strategy might not be advisable on this. So you might like to look at lot of organizations who are, as of now, if I understand, Reliance Retail is majorly looking into a phygital model, right? So I'm not making any suggestions on behalf of any organizations, but this product can do wonders when we are trying to involve local kirana stores, local vendors into the larger digital or phygital ecosystem, I must say. So it's a good product. Keep at it. Try to get learnings from it as to where are the pain points and all, and try refining it. So my congratulations to you. I quite like the
in fact, what I
understanding
believe
of the
is
market.
that the only problem that these people face, these small vendors, is that they don't have a platform to do online.
True.
There's no way for them to reach people that way. And in this pandemic, that's the only way that we can reach Amazon and all. They just sustain because they are online. That is all that they have.
So while I would always, because since we are always reading about these things, we have lot of interesting concepts like Apni Dukan and all that, which has been finally taken up by Reliance and other companies and all, and they are very, very interesting products, because the way forward is to involve your local retailers into the effort. So I would certainly like you to take this forward and refine it. It can become a very good product in the future. So my wishes to you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrigank.
Thank you, Mrigank. All the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. For those of you who would like to take a 5 minutes break, please feel free to do so. Do not log out of the session though. And may I please request to play the BMU film and the Firefox film now for our audience who choose to stay back.
Is there a university that can bring the classroom closer to the workplace? That can balance theory with practice? That can seamlessly merge the present with the future? Is there a university that can take you from here to the world? BML Munjal University offers engineering and management programs mentored by Imperial College London, founded by the Hero Group, BML Munjal University.
Wake up, wake up, wake up! What the heck, are you taking a nap? Get up, throw your hands up, bump it up, bump it up, it up. Hey yo, what's up, what's up? Are you ready to whoop it up? Bang it down, till you drop. Always a start by the headshot. Wake up, wake up, wake up! What the heck, are you taking a nap? Get up, throw your hands up, bump it up, bump it up, it up, it up. Dance around like a spinning top. Check on the mic, turn on the amps. Slap it hard for the funky old school hip hop. We're gonna crank it up non-stop. Wake up, wake up, wake up! What the heck, are you taking a nap? Get up, throw your hands up, bump it up, bump it up, it up. Hey yo, what's up, what's up? Are you ready to whoop it up? Bang it down, till you drop. Always a start by the headshot. Wake up, wake up, wake up! What the heck, are you taking a nap? Get up, throw your hands up, bump it up, bump it up, it up, it up. Dance around like a spinning top. Check on the mic, turn on the amps. Slap it hard for the funky old school hip hop. We're gonna crank it up non-stop.
So I believe that everybody is back by now. Thank you everyone for joining back. And now we would move on to our next candidate. And the sixth candidate for the day is Amitav Kunche from St. Xavier Collegiate School, Kolkata.
Right, I hope I'm audible and my screen is visible.
Yes, Amitabh, very clear.
Right.
And your screen is visible too.
Okay, thank you. I'll start then. A very good morning to the respected jury, my fellow contestants, and everyone else present here today. I'm Amitav Kunche, an 11th class student from St. Xavier's Collegiate School, Kolkata. I'm passionate about science, computers, and music. First off, I would like to thank BML Munjal University and Hero Motocorp for organizing this event and giving us students such a great opportunity to showcase our innovations and share our ideas. The idea I will be presenting to you today is EverCharge, a self-charging solar-powered phone case. Right. The renowned Greek philosopher Plato once rightly said, necessity is the mother of invention. Once, when I was on a long road trip, I noticed that my father's phone suddenly ran out of charge while he was on an important call. I also feel in general many times that my phone takes a long time to charge, but drains out far too quickly. I'm sure most of us here have experienced these problems at some point or another. Thus, I got down to thinking how we can use science to create a solution. Of course, there are car chargers, which we all know charge the phone far too slowly. And then there are power banks, which not only take a long time to charge and have to be kept charged in advance, but are also bulky and inconvenient to carry around. I wanted to create a better solution. Then it struck me. Calculators, watches, and even entire buildings run on solar energy. So why shouldn't phones? Thus, I came up with EverCharge. You will never run out of charge again. EverCharge has four main components. The first component is high performance solar cells, which harness the sun's energy and store it in a thin battery within the case so that it can work even at night. The second component is nanofans. Now, I'm sure many of you must have felt that your phone's battery capacity is less than what it was when you bought it. This happens due to decrease in battery retentivity, and that is caused due to extreme temperatures. The graph on the screen shows how the temperatures relate to the retentive capacity of the battery. So the nano fans actually help in maintaining the phone at an optimum temperature that is around 25 degrees centigrade. Now the third main component of EverCharge is the special utility charger port and internal and external sensors that collect temperature and charge data. So the port charges the phone using the solar power stored in the battery and maintains it at an optimum charge level to deliver the best performance. Now, the fourth and last feature of EverCharge is the safety bevel. Right, the safety bevels, which are protecting not only the entire phone, but the camera and the fingerprint sensor as well from direct shock and damage in case of a fall. Now, this is an illustration of the EverCharge solar-powered self-charging phone case that I've come up with. Right. Now, EverCharge not only provides so many benefits to your phone, but it also helps to conserve energy and save our environment by switching to solar power. Assuming each member has a phone, a family of 5 can save almost 35 kilowatt hour per year, which is enough electricity to power one entire rural household in India. The more people use EverCharge, the more massive the energy savings will be. This can really make a difference. Now, coming to the cost benefit. The total estimated cost of the product is rupees 1560, which compared to the average price of a good high capacity power bank nowadays, that is around 2500, is a very good rupees 940 value for the customer. That's almost 37.6% price in reduction. EverCharge also lasts at least 2 to 3 years longer than the average power bank. Furthermore, no power bank can keep your phone charged all day long, and thus none can compete with EverCharge. In today's world, the phone has become a very important part of our lives. So when simple devices like watches and calculators run on solar power so that they can never fail us, it is a long due necessity that our phones also run for us all the time. And I believe that EverCharge is the most efficient invention to fulfill this necessity, as it gives you infinite charge, preserves your phone battery, and helps you save the environment. To end my speech, I would like to say, innovation is when imagination meets ambition, and my innovation, EverCharge, can truly change the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Amitabh. Thank you for your presentation. Hope things are going well at Xavier's Kolkata.
Yes, yes, they are. Thank you.
I'm from
Glad you
there.
liked it.
I'm from there as well. Don't ask me which year, of course, but
Right. Okay.
So Amitabh, are these solar-powered phone cases not available in the market?
No, actually, I myself, as I stated, when I was searching for a solution, I actually expected this to be there. But the solar powered phone cases are not available. And in fact, you won't believe there are products like phone cases which double as power banks. But I found that like a rather silly idea because like if you're spending time charging the case, you might as well charge the phone, you know. So there's stuff like that. And then, you know, there's solar power. So I wanted to merge the ideas. So that's why I have done research. As far as I've seen, I can't find any product like this.
Amitabh? A quick search on Google shows up a few, right? So I'm a little confused here. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing here, but the Samsung Galaxy has a solar case, and there are multiple solar cases available on Amazon.com, for example. So what am I missing here?
As far as I searched, I couldn't find solar cases. I could find the solar power banks and otherwise I couldn't find any solar cases as far as I've checked. I
mean, one of the criticisms I've seen on the internet of solar based cases is that they don't charge quickly enough, right? And so there's a problem there, but maybe I'm missing something. I don't know. Maybe the other
I feel that, see, like I would agree that initially solar power was tough, but nowadays, like especially in the Japanese area, there have been solar cells coming up, you know, they're as small as your thumb or index finger, and they can power like huge devices, right? So they're coming up with very high efficiency ones. That's why I mentioned like the high performance variant. That's why the product cost is also slightly higher over there, because if you just look at solar cells normally, you know, you'll get them for cheaper. But when we're using these high efficiency ones, it will cost more, but it'll charge faster as well.
Okay, thank you. It was a great presentation, though. I love the way you started with a personal story. That's very important when presenting ideas.
Right. Thank you.
So how did you, Amitabh, this is Neeraj. Good presentation. I think a useful product, I must say. But how did you arrive at the cost? I mean, did you do any prototype? Have you done something on your own to kind of figure it out?
Right. So I wasn't able to make a prototype. Yes, I'll agree to that. I have been working on it. I got this idea about 2 months back, like before the submission of the project, I got this idea, right? So at that time, since then, I have been trying to work on it. But what I have done is basically I have searched and done a lot of research on the costs that are all the products cost, and plus I've taken a bare minimum average, like as per all the costs I listed. This is basically based on an estimation that, you know, maybe I'll sell maximum 1,000 cases per month, right? So this is what I've based my calculations on, but as the numbers increase, obviously the cost will also change, and, you know, it will reduce. My machinery cost will remain constant, and thus we'll have more profits. So I have done quite a lot of research on this. I haven't been able to build a prototype, but I have consulted a few engineers who are of high expertise in the solar area, and they have said it's actually a very viable solution. So there's no question on the viability of the product.
Okay.
Amitabh, Prashant here. I had a question. You know, what happens in I mean, most of us live in apartments where if we don't get sunlight, for example, or live in cold places, you know, where many winter months we don't get proper sun.
Right.
I just wanted to know, will this work, or do we need an additional charger?
No. See, the thing is, the photovoltaic cells, actually the solar cells, although they work best under the direct sunlight, but they can actually produce electricity from any light, right? So while direct sunlight, like that's why if you notice my illustration, there are quite a bit of solar panels. If it was, we were assuming only direct sunlight, I would maybe need only 1 or 2 of those panels to power up the phone effectively, or maybe like 3, 4, not more than that. But like in normal, I've considered office lighting conditions, you know, places where we go and we don't have whole day they're sitting in the office keeping it on the table. So using office lighting also, there's about a 25% to 30% efficiency of these solar cells. So according to that, about 9 to 10 solar cells should work fine for the office lighting conditions and the normal home lighting as well.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Anyone else has questions?
Thank you, Amita. Thank you so much for the presentation.
What?
Thank you for the presentation. We can stop here, right? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. Glad you enjoyed it.
Yes, we did. Okay. So we will move to the next participant for the day. And the next participant for the day is Aditi Jain from Alcon Public School, Mayur Vihar.
Hello everyone, I'm just starting it.
Yes.
A very good and energetic afternoon to everyone. I'm Aditi Jain, founder of QEasy. Let me start by showing you some pictures. Do they look like familiar pictures? The answer is yes. Queues and crowds are often overlooked in our everyday lives. We stand in them while purchasing groceries, entering salons, and even banks. Depending on the location, time of day, and other factors, queues vary a lot and can be congested and chaotic. Do you know that an average person spends 5 years of their lifetime just waiting in lines? Therefore, there is a need to provide the best queue management system, which would drastically reduce lines at local stores for efficient practicing of social distancing, as well as would be as much effective to use in the non-COVID era. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, QEasy is the solution. A mobile application that will allow people to stand in a queue, but virtually. The functioning of the app works on assigning token codes and time slot allotments. So if I want to visit my nearby departmental store, I'll sign in on the app, select the store, book an available time slot, and that's done. Then I can visit the shop at the time of the booking. Now, let me take you through the key differentiators of the app. First is the order and pick option. While booking a slot, customers can add a list of items that they want to buy from that shop and just collect it at the allotted time. Then hassle-free cancellations, user-friendly interface, and easy searching of stores by names and categories. Now, let us quickly go through the benefits that QEasy provides. No more waiting in queues, that means saving your precious time and energy. Contactless and safe visit. Receival of immediate assistance from the shopkeeper. Getting a rush-free, stampede-free, and a safe environment. Our customers know where to go and when to go. Now moving on to the shop's benefits, attract and gain more customers, building customers' confidence to visit in unprecedented times or weathers. They will know their audience. Also, less customer waiting area and less manpower would be required, thus saving the shop's resources. There will be proper customer flow management, which means there will be no peak hours. There will be moderately distribution of all the customers. And moving on, our target audience includes all good-based and service-based shops. We also took feedback from customers, and here are some of the testimonials.
Standing in a line really, takes the toll out of you. So if you book your slot, you just go there 5 minutes before, and even if you have to wait for like 5 minutes, I don't think that's a problem. Instead of waiting for 15, 20, half an hour, so I think app has definitely got loads of potential.
इस ऐप के थ्रू कस्टमर का भी बेनिफिट होगा, हमारा भी बेनिफिट होगा, भीड़ भाड़ ना होगी, स्पेस क्लियर रहेगा.
आजकल हमारे यहाँ पे काफ़ी लंबी लंबी लाइन लगी हुई है, जिसके कारण बहुत से कस्टमर वापस चले जाते हैं काफ़ी गर्मी के कारण. तो उससे ये बेटर होगा कि बंदे को जो टाइम दिया जाएगा उस टाइम पे आके अपना सामान कलेक्ट करें.
We also have future plans to incorporate some more innovative features like digitizing the inventory of the shop and notifying the customers about the shop's newest offers and discounts. That includes in-app advertisement of shops, collaboration with government offices, displaying artificial intelligence-based customer and sales analytics to the shops, and also providing rate comparison to the customers for easy analysis. For
1 minute.
example, yeah, I'm repeating it then. We'll also be providing the rate comparison to customers for easy analysis. For example, with just some taps on the app, I'll be knowing which salon is providing the cheapest haircut in my locality. To make our app self-sustaining, we'll be using a subscription model. The app will be given to shops for free for 10 days on a trial basis, after which they can either go for a basic plan with rupees 1,000 rupee per month or premium plan, which is for rupees 5,000 rupee per month. Our initial target area will be 1% of the 5 lakh plus retail shops and service providing units in Delhi NCR only. And if they choose a basic plan only, then we'll be generating an approximate revenue of 5 lakh rupee per month or 60 lakh per annum. This innovative app will act as a fighter against coronavirus in these times, ensuring customers' safety. We are also supporting the Vocal for Local campaign because we are promoting local shops and usage of local products. This app will be helping those skilled persons who don't have shops but are exceptionally well at their services. For example, handicrafts and putting pickers, etc. With so much on board, we can say that the Q Easy is built to scale. So let us stay more organized, more productive, and more safe using Q Easy. Thank you.
Aditi, a very
much, Aditi.
good presentation. I think first naming your product is in itself a very confident thing to do. So you did that very, very good. Apart from that, I think capturing the responses of the users, that's also a very, very good way of talking about a product. However, I have a couple of observations. I really do not have any question right now because we've already seen a product like this, little before. But at the same time, I think the pricing needs to be more realistic. I think retailers are not very easy to deal with when it comes to shelling out money for subscribing to services. So I would definitely extol you to consider a price which is more acceptable to the retailers. That's one observation, being a marketer all my life and dealing with retailers in the past. Also, I think the democratization of technology, that's a very, very important thing because we are talking of price comparisons here. We are talking of one person. It's almost like a catalog, a live catalog that you are providing to people, right? So you have to be mindful of the fact of the sensitivities which are involved there, right? So be a little more sensitive to that because too much of democratization and too much of information could actually lead to a lot of confusion, which I'm all for it, but at the same time you might face resistance at the local level. My simple one question was, have you really deployed this product? I mean, and seen the results? Have you done it in the local market or somewhere?
So I've not put this app on any Play Store, but the app is currently being tested with 25 shops and 100 customers in my locality. So there are some grocery. Yeah,
so
there are some.
Wonderful.
Yes, sir. And
Wonderful.
I just add on to one more point that I talked to many shops previously, and because I'm working since April on this app, and so I talked to a couple of shops, and they agreed with the cost because a lot of cost would be saved using this app because they won't have to buy large showrooms and they won't have to gather a lot of workforce for this after using this app. So they said that that was their point of view, their feedback, that the charge is acceptable and nominal to us, so we are ready to pay it. So just a point, sir. But I'll definitely ponder about your points. Thank you so much for that, sir.
One more suggestion. I mean, keep on recording all these observations and the feedback that you are getting, because these might be very, very important going forward, because this is a product which is very close to humans using it. It's not a technology per se. It's a habit. It's a social habit. We buy, people transact. So so please keep on recording your observations, because that might be a very, very crucial piece of research that you might end up doing and improving the product upon. So all my wishes to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So Aditi, have you looked at any critical mass that you might need to generate? Any particular number of transactions, any particular number of, let's say, network that you want to create to ensure some levels of sustainability? Because remember, this whole concept is based partly around network effects, right? Or positive network effects, which means that, at the end of it, it means that you have to kind of popularize it, ensure as many people on it as possible to even sustain the kind of prices you're going to charge the people. So have you looked at any particular figures? Have you looked at anything on those lines?
So not as the way, because so there are we are focusing to collaborate with trade and market associations who have a large number of shops under them. So we had a plan that we should have at least 6 to 10 trade associations collaborated with us, because they have large number of shops under them. So if we collaborate with them, we will gather a good number of network, a good number of a market for us. So yeah, we definitely thought about collaborating with these associations. Yeah.
Good. I think you should do that. Of course, that's a good way of going about it. Trying to target the umbrella association, which then may help you gain more traction. But yeah, further thoughts on this is quite important. Essentially usage, users, network, criticality, critical mass, sustainability. All these things, I guess, will come as a next step if you're further fine-tuning this innovative solution that you have.
Yeah, so for sustaining the sustaining our network, first we are providing a lot of features to the shops, like sales analytics and customer analytics, which would move on no matter what era, what time it is, after COVID as well. So that will act as a point, and many other features. And during COVID, when people will get habitual to booking a slot and going, then they will find it the moment they'll find it more convenient and more comfortable, they'll start adopting this technique only for going to any markets or going to this. So I think that is also a thing. And plus our marketing strategies for social media campaigning and providing a lot of offers and discounts regularly will help us maintain the market.
So I think depth and breadth will both to a large extent will be important. When I use the term depth, what I mean is, then let's say you're targeting number of pharmacies or medical stores. The depth means the number of medical stores you can align with, right? And of course, at the same time, what you have to remember is that if you're looking at, let's say, for the lack of a better word, larger basket size or more share of the wallet for the consumer, then you'll have to give him more choices. It's not just medical stores, but it's beyond medical, maybe other kinds of stores. So that's the breadth piece, right? Both are things that you might have to look at from a business standpoint. But good effort. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Great presentation, Aditi. Quick question. You're going to have scenarios where not every consumer for a store have actually downloaded and used your app. And there are going to be people who are going to be standing in queues. That might motivate them to download your app, but there might be people who can't download your app because they don't have a smartphone. How are you expecting your retailers to deal with this hybrid mode where some people have appointments and others don't? And Indians are not very good at dealing with queues in general, right? So how are you going to deal with that?
So we have kept provisions for walk-in customers. What we'll be doing, we'll installing a tab at the entrance of the shops for instant booking of slots. So for example, if there are customers who have not booked a slot or they don't have a smartphone, they can just go to the shop, book their slot on the tab that is installed at the shop, and then go with it.
So have you got a prototype of that also? And is that integrated with your backend? How are you going to ensure that there isn't?
So yeah, it's yeah. So it is Yeah, so it is integrated with our mobile app only. It's gonna be normal tab which our app will be installed, and so it's gonna be a tab only where the app is gonna be installed. So there's no particular prototype for it, but it's just integrated with our backend.
And who bears the cost of that tab?
The QEZ team will be bearing the cost for the tab. That's why we'll be charging the shops for 1,000 rupee per month, and for premium service we'll be charging 5,000 rupee per month. So after all this, we have.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Aditi, thank you so much for the amazing presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, we can stop here. Okay, moving ahead, we have our 8th participant for the day, Mahi Kayal from Ashok Hall Girls Higher Secondary School, Calcutta.
Mahi, we cannot hear you. No. No, we cannot hear you. Do you want to try removing the headphones and try?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Please start.
One second. As you know, my name is Mahi, and today I'm going to talk about a simple solution to e-waste management. As per Global E-Waste Monitor, India ranked third in the generation of e-waste in 2019 behind USA and China. Now, in today's fast-moving world with the influx of new technology, the consumption of increased technology has rapidly been rising and thereby generating more e-waste. Now, e-waste, besides being harmful to environment, also affects human beings adversely. The e-waste market is an untapped market with an estimated value of raw materials being $61 billion. So I have proposed a simple yet very innovative solution to all the problems. An online platform which will collect all kinds of e-waste regardless of its condition and deliver it directly to authorized recyclers, which will be channelized to industry for reuse. Now, what is the unique feature about my platform? The unique feature is my app will use AI and ML for price generation. That means we'll contact the recyclers about the details of the product, like the current price of raw materials, the lifespan according to which the price of the product is calculated, and generate latest analytical tools to build algorithms and flash the price to the customer. Also, the price will solely be based on the raw material inside the e-waste and not just its mere condition and outer weight. Lastly, we'll auction the bulk e-waste collected from our customers to the authorized recyclers registered on our platform. Now, coming to the detailed understanding of a process, our target market includes two main clients, which the first is the source of generation of e-waste, which is bifurcated into two categories, that is the household and the corporates, and the second, the user of the e-waste, that is the recycler. After feeding in information about the product, we'll use our algorithm and database to calculate the price of the product, which will be shown to the customer. And if the customer is satisfied with the price, we'll send a notification about it to the logistic partner, who will then collect the product from the customer, pay him the specified price, and also hand over the product to the warehouse. After having collected enough e-waste, we'll auction the bulk e-waste to the registered recyclers on our platform as the price suggested by them. And the one who bids the highest price will get the specified quantity. Now, as to why I've chosen this industry is because e-waste is the fastest growing waste with a CAGR of 3%. And out of this, only 20% is recycled through proper channels. Currently, there are three disposable methods of e-waste. One is the formal sector, second is the informal sector, that is the kabari walas, and third is the disposal of e-waste in dustbin, which gets mixed with the other waste. Therefore, there is no proper single distribution channel, hampering the entire circular flow. Also, the customers having no proper incentive as to get the price of their e-waste, they do not wish to recycle their e-waste and just throw it in the dustbin here and there. The predefined algorithms that I have talked about will speed up the entire process, reduce human touch point, and also minimize error. Now, using third-party logistics will be effective both in terms of cost and time. Auctioning the waste will be a win-win situation for both us as well as the corporates. We'll benefit as we'll get the maximum price by the auction, and the corporates will benefit because they get the specified quantity they demanded at one place only. Now, many of you would be wondering whether this entire business model will be feasible or not. So as we know, artificial intelligence and machine learning is the future. We can see it in nearly every industry now, and mostly all the industries are benefiting from it. The population balance method is already being used in several cities in India, which can predict the quantity of e-waste generated. Therefore, a similar model to it can be generated to predict the price of e-waste. And once such a model is created, it will be a win-win situation for us and will ensure survival and scalability and definitely feasibility. Lastly, I would like to end my presentation with a quote. Everyone believes that someone else will come and save the planet for us, but that someone is ourselves, as there is no planet B. The need of the hour is an online platform like this for proper treatment and disposal of e-waste and to promote sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahi. And I think you're right. If you don't save the planet, nobody will. So congratulations on a very good presentation. I missed the last slide. You went a little quickly over the use of third-party logistics here. I didn't quite get that.
Yeah, so the third-party logistics, the main idea is that we'll not collect the e-waste from the customers. We'll appoint a third-party logistics like FedEx or any other third-party logistics like Amazon or Myntra does, and that person will be collecting the customer. That person will be collecting the waste from our front and delivering it to the warehouse. So it will save time and cost and will also save investment, as we'll not have to do the logistics ourselves. Someone else will be handling it for us.
Great, thank you. And I mean, marketplaces like OLX, is that competition or is that a different market altogether?
OLX and all is a different market because they deal with second-hand products, and we are dealing with something that people throw. If suppose I have a calculator, I generally believe that let's throw it in the dustbin. What value will I get of it? But if I know that it's worth something, the raw materials inside it can be used, it can be recycled, and I'll get something, I'll get some money, then I'll definitely install an app like this and sell it to the warehouse or the recycler.
Thank you.
Aditi, brilliant idea. I think this is the need of the hour. I think it's actually an idea which has been implemented by a lot of original equipment manufacturers themselves, by the way. Just to share with you, I'm sure this would further democratize the entire market for this, but at the same time, a lot of these original equipment manufacturers have started to do that, right? And in fact, I am privy to a few startups, which have happened around this, by the way. But they are largely focused on corporates. They are not to a retail. So, but let me tell you, there is no dearth of potential in this particular field, since we all are becoming increasingly mindful of how harmful it could be if it is not disposed in a proper fashion. Right. So I would request you to evaluate competitive models which are already existing in the market, because that, see, there is, I always believe that innovation is not something which is very dramatic in nature. No, it has to be incremental at places and all that. So if there is a model which is already existing, I always ask people to look at those models and learn from the mistakes that they made so that you do not make them, and at the same time improve the product. So it's always heartening to see such brilliant models coming in. I would certainly like you to now run a prototype of this, maybe in a limited form, and see what are the responses. So one thing that we need to keep in mind, that finally these have to be certified. because it just cannot be completely on faith and trust and all. These have to be certified as to whether they are being disposed in a proper fashion. So you might like to look into that prospect or that area as well. So my wishes to you. I think it's a very good thought. Very good thought.
So I would like to add on a point. The competitors you were talking about, I already researched on some of them, and the concept that most of them, they give the price on the basis of its weight and its condition, not on the basis of the raw materials inside it. And also auctioning the waste is something different that no such organization is promoting as of now.
Well, I'd like to disagree on that, because I'm aware of certain buyers who are giving not on the basis of weight alone, but at the same time the ingredients which go into the product and all that. So just do a bit of a research on that. So since I know about it, that is why I'm letting you know. So it's always nice, as I said, to learn from others. So there are organizations which are doing a lot of they have undertaken a lot of initiatives on this count. So please evaluate it better. I'm sure we are not supposed to know everything when we are stepping into everything, but at the same time, since now we are into it, it's better to be informed. So so do a little bit of a research and refine the model to make it better. Right?
Thank you.
So Mahi, are you aware of the current Kabadiwala model, their supply chain? How do they go about it? The networks that they operate in. Would you have some reflection on the current, what you mentioned as a Kabadiwala model?
My model is not basically a Kabadiwala. It's
no, I agree. That's fine. But the idea is that you have to be aware of the, let's say, the nitty-gritties of those models as well. When you're looking for inspiration, many a times these inspirations do lie in various locations. So are you aware of the Kabadiwala model, the kind of networks that exist, the kind of let's say the people involved, or how the whole system works from start to finish? Might be a good idea to look at it once as well. Yeah, it'll just inform you better, and it's quite possible that a lot of your solutions may not reside in the most likely places where you think are most likely. It's possible that it reside where you least expected it. Yeah. And of course, it'll also give you an idea of the kind of constraints that the recycling market operates under.
Yeah, I actually talked to one of my relatives who is in this sector, and like when I proposed him my business idea, his main reaction to it was, it is something different which is not being implemented on a very large scale as of right now. There are organizations like Namo, Kabadiwala model, I think, but the implementation and proper channel of distribution is yet to be created, because the amount of e-waste is increasing every year. It's not that it is getting depleted or we cannot think about it. We'll have to think about it because it is increasing. And in 2016, India ranked 5th, and just after 3 years, we are in the 3rd position. So we never know that we can rank 1st, because the prediction is increasing and the new technology is coming every now and then. So it is definitely very important to build an app like this or platform.
No, good. I think strongly encourage you to carry on. It'll be great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mahi. Thank you so much for that presentation. Moving on, I would like to invite the next participant of the day, Jasmeet Kaur Puri from GD Goenka Public School, New Delhi.
Hi everyone, just a second. I'll share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Am I okay? I am audible, right? Just a second. Okay, I'll start now. Imagine if the idols that you worship could come alive and bless you with the prosperity of green life. That sounds wonderful, but impossible, doesn't it? Well, good afternoon. My name is Jasmeet Kaur Puri, and I am contestant number 9. And I am here to tell you that it is very much possible to conserve your traditions and to conserve your environment with a little innovation. My aim is to provide the cheapest, most ethical, and most environment-friendly idols to the consumers. Why cheap, you may ask? This is because I don't want to sell my idea just to a few people. I want to sell it to masses. And that will actually eventually lead to more profit. But wait, there is more. I also am looking to empower and employ women of rural area, whether they are farmers or whether they are artisans. Now, you may ask what exactly is my solution, right? So let me explain. I am making idols of Lakshmi ji, Ganesh ji, and Durga ji for several festivals like Diwali, Ganesh Chaturthi, and Durga Puja. These idols are made up of raw soil, and that saves the baking cost. Then it is easily dissolvable in water, and also it does not add to any air pollution that is caused by baking, of course, right? So I have added soil inside, then cocoa peat, and most importantly, seeds inside these murtis. So when you pour water in them, they convert into beautiful and majestic plants. I have also used locally sourced beetroot powder, which works as a natural color. This gives some recognition to the farmers that they very well deserve. So these are the products at the location. And these are some images that the consumers actually sent us after they made it their own product, So now here is a testimony from Dr. Amit. I am actually the youth brand ambassador for AKP Healing India, and she's a PhD scientist who has approved of this idea.
This is Dr. Amit, founder and president of AKP Healing India. I congratulate Jasmeet Kaurpuri for introduction of a beautiful concept to conserve and preserve nature, at the same time conserving and preserving our tradition. And this concept is about green Ganesha, green Lakshmi Ganesha, tree Ganesha. Herein, after we perform puja, these idols get converted into green plants. So we are conserving our environment, our nature. At the same time, this is building the GDP of our economy of our country by providing employment to underprivileged women and females in our country. So this is giving employment to them, as well as it helps in conservation of our environment, protecting our traditional values. All the best to Jasmeet. Guys, this is Dr.
So as we all know, a happy employee makes the company better. And here is a testimony from Dheeraj. He is a delivery boy who works with us. And he's a crucial member because he is helping me fulfill my dream to become an entrepreneur.
दीदी का मॉडल लेने आए थे लक्ष्मी गणेश जी का दिवाली पर, तो दीदी इतनी इज्जत देती हैं सबको और डिलीवरी वाले को। हमें बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि हम जैसे गरीब लोग जो डिलीवरी वाले हैं उनको इतनी इज्जत मिलती है, तो यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा लगता है। और जहाँ पे हम देने जाते हैं वो भी बहुत खुश होते हैं गणेश जी और लक्ष्मी जी की मूर्ति देखकर। तो दीदी का मैं यही बोलूंगा मैं तो कि दीदी बहुत अच्छी हैं, हमें यहाँ फ्री में भी डिलीवरी करना हो तो हम तब भी कर लेंगे।
So I want my customers to be happy because I want them to...
1.5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. I want them to be permanent. And also I rely a lot on word to mouth publicity. So here is a testimony from one of the many satisfied customers.
आपने जो गणपति का नया कॉन्सेप्ट इंट्रोड्यूस किया है, थैंक्स अ लॉट। और जब मैं घर में आई सब लोग मेरे फैमिली मेंबर्स इतने खुश हुए क्योंकि जसमीत ने मुझे बताया है कि इन गणपति में इसमें कोई प्लास्टर ऑफ पैरिस या कोई भी आर्टिफिशियल कलर्स नहीं यूज किए, पूरे एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली गणेश ने बनाए हैं और इसके अंदर उसने सीड्स भी डाले हैं। तो शी टोल्ड मी कि पूजा के बाद हम विसर्जन करते हैं तो शी टोल्ड मी अगर मैं इसको प्लांट के पॉट में रख के इस पे पानी डालूंगी तो दिस गणपति आर्ट विल कन्वर्ट इनटू अ न्यू प्लांट। We are very happy to receive this and Jasmeet, I wish you all the best. आप इसी तरह से environment की तरफ काम करते रहें और इस तरह के अच्छे से concepts लाते रहें।
And now I would like to end by saying Om Ganeshaya Namah and remembering that in order for development, one must begin with a change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jasmeet. How did you come about with this idea?
Sir, actually, I was born in Banaras, and did you know, actually, Ganga is the most polluted river. So I used to see people there always bathing and putting their idols. So that used to anger me a lot. Also, when I shifted, because of my parents have a touring job, we shifted to Mumbai. Actually, we shifted to Thane, which is a place near Mumbai. So there, Ganesh Puja was a very grand festival. So I got inspiration from one of the seniors when I was very young, when I was around 5 years of age. So they used to have these Ganpatis, which were made of fish food. That was my basic inspiration. So that helped me to develop this prototype, because I myself love the environment, and I can assure you, even the profit that I'll gain, most of it will go into CSR activity, which will actually help in or regenerate the plants and the animals. I have even added this complementary plant with the ceramic planter, and I have these seed laddus. These, as you can already guess, also convert into plants when you grow them.
Okay, great. And very nice. I think you had a distribution person, person who was doing the delivery.
Yes.
So what kind of quantities have you sold so far?
Sir, honestly, it is not much. It is less than 50. Actually, I came up with this idea last year itself. And I started it this Ganesh Chaturthi. In Diwali, we do not have many sales, but in Ganesh Chaturthi, there were many. So, yeah, we don't have many delivery boys for now, but honestly, I think that is acting like a personal thing for me. So now I can personalize every order, even the seeds. The customers can directly call me. They tell me, oh, I want a marigold seed or marigold plant with it. So I can even do that. I think in future, when I make my websites or apps, I'll also add this feature where I can allow the customers to customize which plant or seeds they want.
Good. And I think if your production is scalable, then the sky is the limit in terms of if your production is scalable, of course.
Absolutely.
You got to think on those lines, because I would imagine there's a good market for this.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely. I will target people who are traditional, but as well, they are looking for some innovation.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Prashant, I just want to know, what is the cost? Something like that?
Yeah. So this one, as you can see, is a 12-inch Ganpati. We have three sizes mainly, 3 inches, 6 inches, and 12 inches. Honestly, if I'm being really honest, the cost for making it is around the same, which is around, 50 rupees with all the manure, all the cocoa peat, all the seeds. And then the planter is a bit expensive. It is around 20 rupees with 15 rupees plant. So honestly, if we take a bit more, then around 45 rupees for that. And delivery is quite expensive for now. Like around, if we average out, around 100 rupees. It was 96 when I averaged out everything. But if we are taking it that way, then it's around 100 rupees. So if we total it, it is around 195 rupees. But I assure you, the product does not go for less than 250 anytime. So the profit is also quite good.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So Jasmeet, wonderful. I mean, you already talk like a business person here, which is very heartening to, are like a student, you're talking like a business person, which is a very, very important trait of an entrepreneur. You know your costs, you know the application, and also wonderful idea. I think being socially aware is the new norm, let me tell you, right? And this actually hits the nail on the head. Now, having said that, I think there are a couple of things that I could maybe add to or suggest, if you don't mind. But I think to start with, this would not maybe have a mass acceptance, right? For obvious reasons. I mean, lack of exposure could be one of those, right?
Yes.
So I would certainly suggest jacking up of the price, because you need not be very truthful with the cost. Of course, the prices are as per the needs of the customer rather than your cost per se, right? So there is a possibility of increasing this price and marketing it very, very well to increase the awareness about the product. I think that's a very important trait of a good business model, right? So if you could look into that, maybe go for skimming to start with, and then maybe go mass and reduce the price. That is something that I'd strongly suggest, right? So very good. I think it's a very useful thing. We've heard of many such things, I'll be very honest, before, not that I'm hearing it for the first time, but I think the passion with which you seem to be devoted to this cause makes it very unique. So thank you so much for sharing your idea.
Thank you so much. Sir, also, I want to say something. I think I'm so sorry if I'm contradicting now. I don't mean to do that. But I think instead of dividing people, this product can actually unify people, because I myself am a Punjabi. So in Guru Granth Sahib, it says, Pavan Guru Pani Pita Mata Dharat Mahat, Divas Radhe Dai Khele Sagal Jagat, which basically means that air is our guru, water is our father, and earth is our mother. So I think conservation somewhere in every single religion, it comes. And we must always respect our ecosystem, our mother earth that has given us. And did you know that these the potters are from Mewat? Mewat is mostly Muslim area.
Yes.
And the potters who are making Ganpati are Muslims. So imagine that if something like this can unite people, I think that would be amazing. Till now, I have not faced any backlash because honestly, it is a very low scale for now. But if I go high scale with it, I do think there will be some. So I will not leave my potters. That is something we will deal with as a whole company. But you are right, sir. Thank you so much.
All the best. All the best, dear.
Thank you, sir. It means a lot, especially talking to people like you. Thank you.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
I guess the Q&A is over.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Moving ahead, we move to the next participant of the day, Bhavishya Sharma from St. Francis D. Sales School, Guwahati.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Good afternoon to all the panelists present over here and all the audience who have been watching. I'm Bhavishya Sharma from St. Francis.
Your voice is very low, Bhavishya.
Your voice is very low. We're not able to hear.
Am I audible now?
No, you are still, you can remove your earphones or headphones if possible. You're not audible, Bhavishya. You're still not audible.
Bhavishya, do you have headphones connected with Bluetooth? Could you please switch that off and then maybe we'll be able to hear you.
Hello, am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
So good afternoon to everyone present over here, all the panelists and all the audience. I'm Bhavishya Sharma from class 12 of St. Francis de Sales School, Guwahati, Assam. And today I'm here to present my idea, that is psychology.in, that is a cycle wellness store. Now, the cycling industry has taken over a population, the interest of large population in the last few months of lockdown. The sales have rapidly increased of cycles by around 400% in the last 5 months. And the chain of quality product have improved in a with introduction of new product, new cycles, new brands, etc. But the basic problem which I have faced in this in a cycle as a cyclist is in the service part. So the product line is very good in the cycle industry, but the service line still lags. And personally coming into this problem, I actually created a survey for people who have been suffering the same kind of problem for cycle servicing and cycle wellness. So coming to the responses, I got some responses of unavailability of cycle wellness and service stores, unavailability of cycle parts, unavailability of cycle spares, professional technicians dealing in cycles. And so ultimately, the last conclusion which I came was lack of an exclusive cycle service store. So the proposed solution would of course come from the problem itself. We never focused on the service part of the cycling industry. So the proposed solution would be having us exclusively cycle service centric store or a cycle wellness store, which would be of course promoting servicing, repairs, modifications, and different kind of other related, which would be a kind of franchise based store. So that would be building up a community promoting cycling, creating a brand name of a cycle-centric brand name of its own, and providing service modification. It would be providing training to especially the unskilled people who have been working under this industry, making them a professional into it, and having a certified course or training like a skill under the Skill India Skill India program, etc. And now innovation in the solution. We know that most of the people considered a car and bike as their asset, but we customers also believe that the cycle is also an asset to them. Purchasing a 20,000-30,000 cycle is also an asset to them. But assets like cars and bike always have their service centers nearby most of the places. But have you ever imagined of a cycle servicing center? Most of the people have not seen it as an exclusive centric and then as an exclusive store for only servicing. So this is our concept, introducing a chain of cycle promotional stores, which would be doing some doorstep delivery or a pickup and delivery cost for this cycle servicing and all, which would be creating much employment generation. It would be creating people into skilled people, and it will also be improving the infrastructure and assets as well. Creating a brand name for this thing would be much easier, as we would be the first mover in an exclusive store like this. As a it would have a much
2 minutes left.
It would have a greater promotion by itself. Now, what is the viable opportunity of this thing? Servicing is a part in. I have been saying this, that servicing is a part which has always been lacking in cycling industry of India, which always demotivates the people. If I'm buying a 20,000 rupees cycle, then of course if I I make cycling as a hobby, I would of course upgrade more cycles and all, which would improve the industry. But people get demotivated because if they have some problems in their brakes or something, they cannot go for a ride, and which demotivates most of the people. So by doing this, we would improve the structure of the industry and the economy. The sales of the we have observed that sales of cycle have gone for around 400%, increased 400%. But this would again come to a constant level in the few upcoming months. But if a person is buying a cycle today, he would of course require a servicing in the next 2 years. Of course, that's that would be our opportunity to give the service to the people who would want it. And according to researches, a person spends the same amount of money on servicing, etc., which he spends on purchasing of the cycle. So we have this industry also have the same amount of revenue earning as the other the product part of the industry has got. So and at the same time, I would like to add on, the retail margin for a single selling a cycle would be 25%, but in this servicing industry it has up to a margin of 75%. And on an add-on to it, when you are changing the parts, you are using some spares, that also has got a margin of 25%. So it has got an enormous financial capabilities. And being the first mover in this exclusive brand for only servicing of cycles would add on to a brand name of our own of our firm or of the venture. Now the viable opportunity is only seen in this cycling, as cycling is the one of the most easiest sport in India, I think, because as soon as a child is born, he is of course given a cycle or a tricycle. So from an age of 3 years old kid to an 80-year-old man, everyone is a potential customer to cycling. And cycling is one of the cheapest sport for beginners, and it's not like a gym that you are confined to a single place. You can just go on your cycle and discover new roads. So cycling has got enormous number of capabilities. I would like to extend a bit more, it has got enormous capabilities. So unless and until cycles are running, our business have still got a chance not to stop. The prototype has not been, there are no prototypes of such kind of business in India, but for sure, if we look in if you go to observe some small retailers which are trying to provide the same kind of professional attitude towards customers, and this professional servicing part have enormous number, they have really good demand, and they are mostly full, and you don't get an available service time from them. And if we go to the financial structure, I can this is just the last slide. Okay, so with this I'd like to wind that that's what it is all about. Thank you.
So you can just very quickly, Bhavishya, just very quickly tell us the overall financial summary in 2 sentences, please.
So I have added on most of the tools, fixtures, the advance for the store. So when we are looking into a franchise module, we need it to be a very less investment store. So the grand total came up to be 4 lakhs rupees. So it is a very minimum amount that a franchisee would require.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you very much, Bhavishya. Thank you.
Thanks, Bhavishya. Just wanted to ask one question, that did you have any kind of research done? I mean, for the consumer, those who are using bikes, have you checked with them any kind of sample data you have for your area or your nearby cities, that what is the kind of service they're looking for? What is the frequent service they're looking for, durations?
Sir, yes, I have conducted a survey. Guwahati has also been renowned for being the most cycle promotional city in India, I think, in the last few days. And creating a survey for those people over here and also some other places, I came to, especially some towns and other cities, I came to know that they are looking for a professional. You are having an asset of rupees 30,000. You can't just hand it over to a unskilled or unprofessional technician on a roadside sitting and repairing bicycles. So they want someone professional doing that work, because they are handling your 30,000 rupees cycle. They may pay a bit, the pay may differ a bit, but they are interested in having some professional working on their bikes. So that's what demand.
My next question is, you have currently worked on the project cost, which is about 4 lakh rupees to open up the franchise store. So did you work about the ROI or return on investment, that within which period, or what is the period within which what particular time the same return of investment would be justified, or that can that the business can come to a sustainability mode over a period of time? Because as you have said, and the cycling industry has gone up by 400%. You have mentioned in your presentations, but definitely over a period of time, once the COVID time will be over, the life will be back to normal. So how to sustain this
actually business? This business is like this business would sustain according to me, as today I am purchasing a cycle. Tomorrow the demand will go, as for the next 2 years I'll not have to purchase any cycle because I have one. But the service part is a sector which would be which a person would be requiring every after a month or 2 months. So I may not buy a cycle for the next 2 or 3 years, but the service part is the part which would be frequently required. So there may come to a downfall of the service part, which would come to a consistent level. But if we go to of the sales part, which should come to a consistent level. But if you go to the service part of this industry, when we have already supplied so many extra cycles, so they will of course require the servicing, so which will add on to our customer base. So this is the point which have already add on to our customer base, and this will help us to rapidly grow in this market.
My last question to you: have you tried to find out that if a person is buying a 30,000 rupees cycle, what should be the service charge for any kind of service, basic service? Like if a automobile industry, if any four-wheelers goes for a service, a normal car, they charge a certain amount of 4,000, 5,000 rupees as a normal service fee. So have you worked out any kind of service fees in terms of a bike of 30,000 rupees?
Yeah, actually, the servicing in the cycling industry would vary from the type of work which is done. As if you are having a normal servicing, it would go like around 200 to 300 rupees. If you are doing a full servicing of your bike with all the wash and all, it would go around 400 rupees or 500 rupees. That would vary from the type of servicing you are wanting.
Thanks for
you want.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir.
Vaisha, thank you. I had a question, Prashant here. I just want to know this model. So I'm a cyclist and I'm based in Bangalore. And I want to know, this model is something where it's an exclusive sort of store for services, right? It doesn't include sales.
No.
So it's just for services. And my challenge is, I mean, of course, Soumya is the expert. I'm just, as a customer, I'm just saying that the challenge is there's a mindset issue for somebody who is used to paying 50 or 100 rupees to the local guy to convert it and go to a slightly fancier store for, maybe 300, 400 rupees. So do you see that as a challenge in your business model?
Because when a person will go for the service in a professional store, they will of course get first of all the professional attitude, and of course they would really feel, because now most of the cycles have upgraded with the gear sets on it, and the local stores cannot fix that gear set very properly. The adjustment, they're not professional in that. So of course the services will really have a difference when a person visit to a local store and a person visiting to this a really service centric store, which would give you a really professional kind of service which you would require. You will get satisfied with that. Like if you are doing a regular from 100 rupees every month, you would have to go. But if you are doing a professional servicing here, maybe you would not require it for 2 months, or maybe you would not require it for the next 3 months.
Sure, got it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhavishya. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. For those of you who would like to take a 5 minutes break and have a cup of coffee, please feel free to do so. Do not log out of the session though, and kindly be back by 5 minutes. And meanwhile, let's watch a small video for our audience who are staying back.
From the bylanes of Kamalia and the rugged landscapes of Quetta, they escaped to India with little more than the shirts on their backs. In the partition-ravaged cities of Amritsar, Agra and Delhi, 4 of the 6 Munjal brothers, Dayanand, Satyanand, Brij Mohanlal and Om Prakash, built their business part by part. Armed with nothing but self-belief, the brothers began with trading and then manufacturing bicycle parts, which soon evolved into the production of bicycles. For post-independence India, the hero bicycle gave wings to the aspirations of the common man. By 1986, 30 years after its inception, Hero Cycles became the largest bicycle maker in the world. In the next 15 years, The motorcycle venture, Hero Honda, repeated the feat. And both pole positions are held firmly even today. Hero's story is about humble beginnings, the refugee entrepreneurial spirit, hard work, and zeal. It looks at how four brothers with little formal education created a world-class enterprise. This is the incredible tale of a principle-driven organization that created exceptional value for a society that desperately needed transportation. How did four brothers with distinct personalities work like a cohesive unit and build a manufacturing behemoth? How did they synchronize their strengths? How did they resolve their differences, if any? The story goes deep inside the family spirit, the parivar, that brought together employees, customers, channel partners, suppliers, and local communities to create success, welfare, and well-being for millions. This is the making of Hero. Four brothers, two wheels, and a revolution that shaped India.
Thank you everyone for joining back. We would now move on to our next candidate. The next participant for the day is Prakriti Sarda from Mahadevi Birla World Academy, Kolkata.
Is my screen visible? Hello?
Right now, yes, it is.
Okay. So namaste and a very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Prakriti Sarda of class 12 of Kolkata. So let's start. And it's rightly said by Buckminster Fuller that the best way to predict the future is to design it. So why do we need to change our conventional methods of energy production? Because we have limited resources available and our demands are continuously increasing day by day. And it is possible that someday most of the non-renewable resources will be exhausted and we will have to switch over to alternate energy. So rising income, urbanization, increased access to electricity has led to rising demand for energy. And what will technology do if we don't have available energy resources to use them? So what do we have? Like, what is the solution to the problem? What if we can practice sustainable development at our home? So nothing can be more helpful if we can reduce our energy consumption level, and my innovative idea can be developed in real world, and it aims at reducing our energy requirements and reusing and recycling resources. So now you might think like how my model looks. So let us have a look at my model. Thank you. So you might be thinking that what are the features? And is this model really feasible? Yes, it is. Let us see how. So the first feature is the rooftop garden system. And we know that many people have rooftop garden in the houses. Next is transparent solar panel for generation of solar energy. So the electricity developed by the solar panel will be used to meet the daily requirements of the house. And on the days on which sun is absent, normal electricity can be used. And look, many houses in India have already started using solar panel for generation of electricity. And next comes large size windows for maximum utilization of sunlight. Imagine when people will not have to turn on their lights during days, and during windy days, they will not have to switch on their fans and ACs. And yes, nowadays large size windows are also being implemented in various houses. Next, we have the rainwater harvesting system. Now, water which will be collected in the rainwater tank can be used to water the rooftop plants. And the biggest example is of the state Tamil Nadu, which has made it mandatory for all the buildings as far back as 2003 to have rainwater harvesting system in their houses. Next comes wastewater management system.
2 minutes left.
So water after bathing and washing utensils will get collected in the wastewater recycling tank. After recycling, this water will be used in the toilet, and water after being used in the toilet will directly go to the sewage line. Hence, we are conserving fresh water. And the biggest example of this is of the Newtown School, Kolkata, as they have sewage treatment plant and RO and UV based water treatment plants as well. Next, let us see some extra features which we have in this model. So first is the rainwater collecting pit, which will help us in the replenishment of the groundwater level. So when we know that when water is stagnant at a place, it travels down through the layers of the soils and hence replenishes the groundwater. Next, solar power stored in battery houses can be used to charge electrical vehicles. And I'm sure in the upcoming future, all the fossil fuel run vehicles like on petrol, on diesel will be replaced by electric cars. Next, the solar panel shades will also help us to reduce the heating effect caused by sun on the top floor of the house. This will help us to reduce the usage of air conditioners and during summers, and also protect the house from damps during rainy season. Like many of us do have to apply a heat protection paint and coat, but we don't have to worry about that. And what if we have a combination of all the features mentioned above? My model has all the features combined in one. So let's make this the future of India. Thank you.
Thank you, Prakriti. An interesting presentation, though I'm a little confused as to what you're actually selling or what's the business. I understand the model and I see the benefits of it, but what are you actually proposing to sell and what are you doing here?
Yes, sir. So I've developed this greenhouse, like it's based on the concept of sustainable development. Like I searched to the internet about like various forms of energy conservation. So it's like solar panels are being used, then we have wastewater management system, rainwater harvesting system and all these. But why not implement it at one go? Like why do we have separate houses, like separate features? What if we can combine all these features into one? So that is my main aim, like sustainable development, because we have to conserve our energy resources.
Okay. Taking off from where Dr. Sarbjot left, I mean, what are we proposing? What is the business model for you? Are we wanting to retrofit the houses which are already there? Are we giving these services for the new houses which are being built? I think in the same breath, I'd like to ask you as to how do we implement this model in a group housing kind of a system in which people live in slums, people live in multi-story complexes, people. So independent houses, by the way, are actually not too many, right? So we have to understand: can this be retrofitted into a multi-story building? Can it be retrofitted into
Yes, sir.
smaller dwellings? So I mean, I'm just kind of asking question. We all know that sustainable architecture is desirable, right? And quite honestly, if I were to look at the various solutions, nothing is new. I mean, no, we all know windows give you sunlight and they are being done. We all know that rainwater harvesting is the need. We all know solar
But we
panels are
don't
being
have a
used.
combination of all these into one. So like this is a different idea, because generally people don't combine all these ideas, and the like new projects and buildings and institutions are coming up, and they all are based upon these type of sustainable development. And like I have given the example of the Newtown School, Kolkata. Even they have this wastewater management system, and like I know few other schools and colleges which are coming up with these kind of features. So like everybody is aiming at sustainable development and conserving natural resources.
So if a company is floated by you, that would be providing services which would do this on the existing building. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, a consultancy firm. Yes,
Oh,
so we can,
okay.
yes, we can appoint architects, engineers, and maybe they can share these ideas to various people who are interested in developing their houses like these. And especially in the Newtown area, Kolkata, there are so many houses based on these features.
Okay, fine.
My question is, how will you, hi, Prashant, how will you make it mandatory for people to, follow this? Because unless there is a sort of, requirement, see today, there are certain laws in big apartments, like you mentioned, but Mr. Neeraj mentioned that in many places it is not mandatory and there is no incentive to follow it, and apna paisa why will we spend? At that time the apartment was built or the house was built, this was not in place. So sustainability is also a cost, and that cost can be passed on in new apartments, because there is maybe a new law which requires it, or a new municipal rule or regulation. But how would you scale it or implement it in
yes, over here.
Please, yeah.
Yes. So the major role will be of the government. Like the Tamil Nadu government has also made it mandatory to have rainwater harvesting system in the houses. So maybe over here the major role will be of the government, if they can initiate this process, like of telling people that no, you also have an option to make a greenhouse with all the features. And like in a place like India, where there's so much crunch for energy resources, so I guess this is a very applicable model, and it's not compulsory that a house should be built based on all these features. Few may not have solar panel, but other features like wastewater management system, rainwater harvesting system, and the water collecting pit, large size windows can be present. So like it's a very important and the government can also help like provide information upon this to people, like people who are going to build their new houses, and these features can also be implemented in pre-existing houses as well, and the cost will be approximately to 800 to 1200 rupees per square meter. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prakriti. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving ahead, our next participant for the day is Jayant Punia from Delhi Public School, Gautam Budh Nagar, Noida. Jayant, you aren't audible. We can't hear you, Jayant.
Hello, am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes, please go ahead.
Just a second. Too complicated for me to handle. So, a very good morning to all present here. I'm Jayant Punia. Let's directly come to the point. I'm presenting you with the shark. Let us use innovation to save us, to save Earth. We know internal combustion motorcycles have been ruling for the past 100 years. Today, 1 in every 3 Indian households owns a two-wheeler. Well, there are some serious problems associated with them: air pollution, health issues, asthma, causing chest pain, suffocation, noise pollution, damaging ears, causing psychologically ill health. Human health is deteriorating. Humans are dying. Internal combustion engines should be banned. They should be banned. So what's the substitute? Well, going electric is the only nearest substitute that we have. They are so good that they emit nearly no noise factor, less greenhouse gases. They are nearly 300% more efficient. Yes, they are nearly 300% more efficient. So, ladies and gentlemen, introducing the shark. Sorry, before that, we started with horse and buggy technology. Let me get an intro of the history of the electric system, the way we want to reach. We started with the horse and buggy technology, four-wheel technology over 100 years ago. Until now, we have evolved that technology into fast super bikes. It seems now we have a time to step even further. So, ladies and gentlemen, introducing the shark, the electric all-wheel driven motorcycle. Shark has a first-in-class, yes, the first-in-class captain seats. It has a windshield. The battery pack is placed underneath the seat. Well, we have a shark-inspired DNA headlights design. It has a silicon-type solar roof, so it could charge itself when placed under the sunlight. Yes, it does. It has a three-phase, and actually the motor that we are using is a three-phase induction motor connected to a utility-type three-phase power, which is further connected to the inverter. That inverter will act as a brain of the vehicle by changing frequencies and all. We have a sports performance tires and many more, definitely many more. Getting a bit ahead, the design is a lot more aerodynamic than the conventional design that we are following, which reduces the battery consumption, which increases the efficiency of the motor, which increases the overall performance of the vehicle. Talking about safety, the person sitting inside is fully covered from all sides, fully covered from air. He can even turn on the AC inside it. You don't even have to wear a helmet, so much better than the normal bikes that we are using. Well, this is the upper profile of the shark that is in front of the screen. The charging sources we have is a regenerative braking, one of the regenerative braking, one of the major advantages of using electric motor is that when they are not accelerated, they can act as a generator and charge the battery itself. Now getting into the main part of the presentation, I've invented myself an off-road performance, the all-wheel drive mechanism in a motorcycle, which has never been tested, never been happened in a mass production in the entire world. So jury members, here's a PDF which contains the detailed information about the all-wheel drive mechanism that I've invented myself. Along with this, I have some more designs that are going to show to the customers. Customers will have wide range of options to choose from for the customization options, as customers will be our top priorities. Yes, customers will be our top priorities. So after all huge success, we're going to tell you the marketing strategy. The marketing strategy is simple. First of all, we're gonna set the price a bit higher so that only well-off people could afford buying it.
Okay, 1 minute left.
Yeah, later on, after a few years, when the elite brand image is set in the customer's eyes as like the Apple, and after enough money is saved for executing mass production, enough money saved for executing mass production, then we're gonna consider reaching out on more hands and thus distributing our product to reducing the cost effectively, thus making mass production and distributing to a major section of the society, to a middle class society and even lower than that, so that they could feel that they're sitting inside a car but actually riding a bike. Well, the proof of concept is, as you all know, Tesla, the forthcoming brands, Faraday Future, Rivian, sudden deviation of established car brands towards going electric is what you feel is the best proof I can give to you. So definitely the next decade, we have a lot to go with electric. So we need to change the conventional internal combustion engines and we need to substitute it with the electric. Thank you so much. Any questions, please?
So this is largely, obviously, a purely concept, right, Jayant?
Yes, sir, because this is a hefty amount of work. This cannot be done in days. It'll take years. It's not a simple thing. Right. It'll take years to implement. It'll take, I don't know, a huge amount of effort.
Yeah, got that.
But I'm so much confident that I will do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much different. As you would have know that Lingyun Technologies, a company in China, he's also started to do this after finishing all this. Scientists reached out to that. They've also done the same. Although my project is a lot better than them. So,
Jayant, Prashant, have you heard of Ather?
Yeah, of course, Ather Motorcycles. It has got just its Series B funding round in the last one.
So no, I was just thinking in terms of, have you done in terms of market studies of how do you price the product? Is it sort of scalable, and in terms of competition and delivery models? I mean, I'm not a technology person. I respect your technology. I'm just trying to understand how would you wean away existing users who are used to using two-wheelers. We are right in a hero forum here where they are the market leaders in two-wheelers, and you have to wean them away to moving towards a different product. So unless you price it competitively, and you're able to scale it, because your model is the inverse model where you're first pricing it higher and then reducing it, and not the reverse model where you kind of do a volume business. You're kind of doing a niche business and then a volume business. So I'm not questioning. I'm just asking, saying, have you sort of is it workable? Is that something you've thought about?
So have you heard of Lamborghini? Definitely you would have. So will you buy Lamborghini if the next month the Lamborghini's price are reduced to 30-40 lakhs? I think definitely you will. Our main target is to reach out on more hands to remove the electric internal combustion engines to get electric. First of all, I'll set the brand image of the brand, the shark. And as in the next decade, there are a lot of hefty amount of startups coming in India and in the whole world. so which will considerably reduce the pricing, the motor pricing, the battery costs, which will be effectively reduced in the next coming years.
Oh, okay,
So
thank
it will
you.
take time. Any questions, please?
I think that's all, Jayant.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Jayant. All the best. Thank you. Very good. Nice design.
Thank you, sir.
So moving ahead, we move to the next participant of the day, Mohit Kumar from Pragati Public School, New Delhi.
Jayant, please stop sharing the screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, Mohit.
So as per increasing population, the demand of food is also increasing. We are directly or indirectly dependent on agriculture. So good afternoon to one and all present over here. I am Mohit Kumar from Pragati Public School, Delhi. So one day I was reading an article related to farmers. So I was surprised to know that many problems are faced by farmers. Like they are suffering very severe back pain. So I started searching about more problems which are being suffering by farmers. So I came to know. Let me highlight the points. So as per survey, 42% of the farmers are suffering from backache, which is not good, as we all know they are like God to us. They provide food to us. So researching more, I came to know that in 2050, 33% of country will suffer from water crisis. As of 2014 in Maharashtra alone, more than 60,000 farmer suicide had taken place with an average of 160 suicide every day. There is even problem of large use of fuel in agriculture sector. So here is the graph from 2010 to 2019, the use of diesel in agriculture field. As you can see, in 2019, 12.75 billion of diesel has been used in India per year. So let me introduce to my agrobot. This is the bot. This is agrobot which make farmer work very easy. Uh, uh, It will make farmer work fast, repetitive, and dull task for farmer, allowing them to focus more on improving overall production, yields, and other aspect of agriculture. So the aim of my agrobot is to sow the seed at proper distance. So let me take you to the features specification of my agrobot. It has dual system, it has automation system, and it has manual system. So automation system it move about 2-3 centimeter according to the crop requirements, and it will drill hole inside the soil about 1 inch, and then it will pour the seed and water it automatically, and it will repeat again and again. This bot has onboard GPS tracking system. It is 100% eco-friendly as it is used solar panels. This bot can also be operated by smartphones as it is automatic and manual mode both. Due to agrobot, many liter of fuel will be saved in agriculture field. So the advantages of my agrobot is to grow more crops in less time, and the problem of backache will also decrease. It is 100% eco-friendly, no damage to nature. Sorry for the disturbance. Save high amount of fuel, efficiency of work will increase, uniform placement of seed, less maintenance cost, low energy requirement, and improve efficiency in planting, better accuracy and plantation resulting in better yield.
2 minutes
Conservation of
left.
water, decreasing time involved in manual labor. So it is just an prototype. Let me show you this is the 3D model of my it will be the scale as bigger than a tractor. It will sow 16 seed in just 5 seconds. As you can see, let me play the video. It can seed 16 seed in just 5 seconds. And I have the, so it is estimated to be if all farmers in this in India will use this agrobot, they can be save about rupees 375 billion per year, and they we can save environment. We can save about 13 crore kg of carbon dioxide. We can reduce the pollution too. So it's very helpful to the farmers. Thank you. And
Mohit, it's an interesting model. I mean, have you, I don't know, interacted, done any basic survey research on what the farmers are currently using? I mean, any type of technology
yes,
input
yes,
is
sir.
good.
I have done the survey. I have checked the surveys on internet and seen many videos. Even I have visited to the farms. Many of the farmers used to deploy the seed by manually, and some of them are used tractor to deploy the seed inside the soil. So while using this robot, farmer will be get very benefit after using this bot.
How much do you think this kind of a product is likely to cost? I mean, to the farmers.
It's just prototype, and when it will be built on a bigger scale, I have estimated that 3.5 lakh of cost will be.
3.5 lakhs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you done any research as to whether that price would be acceptable to what kind of farmers? I mean, 3.5 lakhs is a huge investment that way.
Yes, sir. It's huge investment. Due to, sir, this coronavirus pandemic, I can't able to contact the farmers. Even my grandfather is a farmer, used to be a farmer. I used to consult him. According to him, it's a great idea.
We have a lot of small holding farmers in our country, right? And I suspect this is not going to be cost effective for them.
Yes, sir. This is mainly for the large farmers, not the small farmers, because large farmers have the large amount of area to farm.
And what are we going to do with all the people who become unemployed because of your machine?
Sir, actually, I need to highlight one more point that there are many mechanical students which are unemployed. Due to this robot, they can be employed. I mean, the employment can be increased by using this bot also.
Mohit, let me tell you something. I mean, about farm economics, though I'm not an expert on it, but yet let me explain to you, because if the equipment is so expensive, and I think Dr. Sarvjot pointed out that small dwellings, which is actually the norm rather than an exception in the Indian agriculture sector. I think this kind of model can work better if you were to hire these machines out rather than letting people own it, right? So I think that would be maximum capacity utilization in terms of the product. Plus, at the same time, it could be distributed cost over smaller dwellings. So
yes.
Consider that model. Leasing model might work better than ownership model, right? So look at those aspects. I mean, hiring an Ola all your life is better than owning a car. Hiring an Ola, is much better. So that's how I would look at it. Open your mind to that. I mean, we could have, and it could actually also generate a lot of employment to the people who manage this,
yes,
rather than only to the sellers and the service providers and all that.
For the maintenance
so look into those aspects as well. Yes.
So definitely look at what mechanization exists today, right? So there are things like the happy feeders that have been brought in to kind of seed, rice farms with wheat and so on. So, okay, great. Thank you. Interesting.
You so much, sir.
Thank you, Mohit. Thank you so much for presenting. We would move on to the next participant for the day, Michael Sunil from Cochin Refinery School, Kerala.
So good morning, judges. So my name is Mikhail Sunil. I'm from class 11A, studying in Cochin Refinery School from Kerala. So as Brian Brown said, there is no innovation and creativity without failure. So today I came up with an idea named Hybrid Sustainable Windmill. That is a hybrid AWG. That's an atmospheric water generator at a low cost that can actually revolutionize our rural India. So let's move on. So since water and electricity is two of the main most unignorable elements in our life, but the sad fact is that more than 60% of Indians and the other people in the world are not able to access proper drinking water and electricity. So my idea is to bring a cost-effective machine that can provide them electricity and water at a cheap rate. So the worst fact is that children and women walk around 6 kilometers just for getting 20 liters of water in their head. Also, often this keeps them away from going to school, which leads to their uneducation of women. Nearly 2 minutes, every child dies due to a waterborne disease due to they drink unhealthy water. So this is to make cost-effective solution and a very innovative solution for them. So let's see what my device is. So this device is being developed to make greater harness of potential energy. This device is mainly made for harnessing water and electricity for the rural and normal people. So also it consists of both solar and wind energy, which provides a constant output of water and electricity. So how my device is different? As I've said earlier, it produces both water and electricity. And in the industrial model, that is for the industrialist, it can also be used for extracting oxygen and hydrogen from the water. It is self-sustainable due to the solar and wind energy. It has also the improved technology of isobutane-based air condensing, which have never been done before on an AWG. It also has an industrial grade rapid water electrolysis technology that electrolyte the water, taking hydrogen and oxygen from it. So this is actually a water scarcity level in the past years in our country. So I have made various prototypes, like from failures we come to a success. So I made the version 1 of the model, but it was very less efficient, low output, and has very less condensation capacity. So I went to model 2. So this model I changed to a car alternator, which could give an output of 12 volts 8 amps, and also had an improved version of Peltier-based cooling system. But this was not enough. It doesn't have a solar. So in the version 3, I also used an inverter-based system that could help for a constant output of electricity and water. Sun tracking technology is also used in the solar so that it could change its altitude according to the direction of the sun. So this is the water production chart in my prototype. It was just done using a Peltier effect. So let's see the model.
2 minutes left.
Okay, so now I will show my model. Just a second. So now I will show you my model. As I mentioned earlier, this is the working prototype of my model, and I will show just a second. So this is the case of the model, and as you can, this is the AWG that I've created for the prototype. So I'll show you the amount of water condensed in just 15 to 30 minutes. It condenses up to this much water. Since it is just a prototype, it can only condense up to that. But the actual device that I will be developing, I'll just show in a few minutes. So this is the working business model principle of the business model. The solar and wind energy is like actually it's using a bridge rectifier. Just a second. Using a bridge rectifier, it's converted into AC to DC. And as you can see, the diagram shows the rest. The voltage is separated to battery and also for the AWG. The water made from the AWG is sent into an electrolysis chamber in the industrial model and fully into the filtration unit for a normal model. So this is the isobutane-based water generator that I have designed myself. Since compared to other AWGs, its melting point is actually minus 30 degrees. But as you can see, the isobutane has minus 159. That's 3 or 4 times better than that. And it's also very cheap to get. The next thing is that for the future development, we can also add vertical windmill, which will be more efficient than what I made. And also, as you can see down, the commercial AWG cost, only the AWG machine just cost around 1.9 lakhs, which is not very affordable for a normal person. But even for my prototype, it just cost around 8,000 or 6,000 rupees. So if I made the working prototype of the business model, it will just only cost up to 15 to 20,000. So the conclusion, providing free water and electricity at free cost, women empowerment, decrease in death caused by diarrhea due to unhealthy water, improving the quality of living, reducing the efforts by the woman going to collect water, walking miles, and the cost effectiveness. Every idea has its own motive. This idea's implementation is not based on a rural or a normal people. It can be used in various fields like agriculture, for home use, for industrial use in various models. So I'm developing it on more. So I have already developing the isobutane based AVG, and it's already going to complete. But now I have made the Peltier based condenser, but still it can also be worked more. But like the isobutane is far better than this, and it can also get up to like 10 liters of water in like 5 hours. So I calculate that using this Peltier theory. So thank you, judges.
Mikhail, it's a brilliant thought. I mean, I think more than the product and whether it works or no, I think it's a very, very noble cause. I mean, it's a big challenge in the rural areas, and we can't even imagine.
So AWG actually costs up to 1.9 lakhs. So that's not available, affordable by a common person. But if a person here up to 15 to 20,000, even a common person would actually facing a water scarcity would want to buy it, right? So that was struck me to make a cost-effective machine that would actually help people to get both electricity and water.
So are we hinting at a community leadership or community ownership or individual ownership? I mean, in rural areas?
Like I will say, like normally I think I've done a survey. So they say like they can, one family can afford up to 5 to 10,000 at maximum. So if two families join together and if they use one of the business model, they both can get benefit from a single machine. So if like a community buys at a whole, then we can produce this at a lower cost, getting far benefits from it. And also I've done one more research, but I haven't implemented it, but I am working it on. It is that we can also do the air purification. Like once our Modi ji said in one speech with the Denmark president, that is, he said like, what if a generator, like a wind generator could purify water? That actually struck me, and I worked for months and I brought up with this idea. So I tested with other AWGs, but they never used like isobutane. They use ammonia, but things that ammonia is very harmful, as you all know. If ammonia gets a leakage, nothing more to tell. So that's why I used isobutane, and it's also melting point is very low compared to others. So I am making it. So I used the old parts of the fridge for that. But I would say that was actually cost effective, and it was also like gave great results from it.
Very good, very good. You should actually look at enhancing the capacities of such tools and machines, and looking at and working with panchayats and other places to have community ownership, and that can very quickly find roots. I can tell you, right?
Sir, I have already discussed with some college professors about this idea, and they too told if you go for this with some environment like government programs, they would actually help me in patenting and all. They suggested that.
Well, let me tell you, don't really rely on the government. It just might end up killing the idea, to be very honest. I mean, people like you, people who are spirited and want to make an impact, I think there are a lot of social entrepreneurs in the rural sector also right now. And they are all very devoted to the cause of making living better for people in those areas. So work with them. More importantly, I think it needs acceptance, and if it does, it can really mitigate a lot of woes for people in the countryside.
Sure, sir. Sir, I do think that if we implement that air purifier, I think like in rural areas, there's much of air pollution, right? So by implementing this idea, I think we can actually reduce the air pollution caused in such areas, and we can get free drinking pure water from it also, right? Along with air purification.
I think we should be more worried about purifying air in the cities rather than the rural areas. Anyways, I think if that's a byproduct of the product that you're talking about, it's very good. But I think that the problem that you tried to address is really noble. I mean, so work on this. All my wishes to you. I think it requires a lot of guts for an urban person to think on those lines and all. Wonderful. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mikhail. All the best.
Thank you, Michael, for that amazing idea. So
Thank
now we would move to the final participant for the day, Prathamesh Shetty from Shivraj Vidyalaya and Junior College, Murgut, Maharashtra.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Prathamesh Uday Shetty. I am from Shuraj Vidyalaya, Murgut, district Kolhapur. My prototype name is Smart Poly. Our problem statement is fast and healthy food product, fully food vegetables by fulfill the need hygienic food during COVID-19 by using domestic polyhouse with wastewater management. This is the Indian vegetable market during COVID-19. The polyhouse technique in farming is very well known, but we study from different angles and we modified that concept. We modified the fast and healthy growth of the plants by using wastewater kitchen. Our prototype structure is developed to keep in the kitchen. We supply the artificial light for photosynthesis in combined with red and white light. It is controlled by robotic system. The wastewater of kitchen can recycle by using simple pumping mechanism of water. To fast growth of the vegetables, they require the nitrate. It is supplied with urea powder source to boost the process of nitrification. We convert the polyhouse technique from agriculture to domestic purpose. As I say, the combination of white and red LED, as red LED is absorb the maximum in plant that is directly proportional to increase in a rate of photosynthesis. Use of urea powder, that is the turdal floor, is natural source and it is increase the process of nitrification. Our whole system generated electricity is not enough. We are working on that problem, how we can amplify that electricity. Our prototype is constructed by using aluminum structure and green net. In our prototype, we fitted two trays such a way that look like a double stored inside. Trays are filled with bath scrub for ensure of root of plant, and it is also a living home of microbes. For aeration fan system is fitted on upper right side. We can give electricity of two types. We can also give solar system electricity and we use also the home electricity. The submersible motor fitted inside the wastewater tank to pump the wastewater to the tray. On one side, door is there to harvesting and showing the growth of our vegetables. We are using the red and white LED, which is controlled on robotic system. The white LED is exposed continuously, and the red LED express the 1 hour in a day. The urea powder of turdal mixture enhance the process of nitrification the nitrate produced is very useful to growth of the plant. We use the flow sensor to control the flow of the wastewater and the temperature and humidity to control the climate. We maintain the temperature 27 degree because it is healthy to growth of the microbes and in bathroom. Microbes are important to convert the whole system can run by using Raspberry Pi. Prototype. Let us see a video.
Prathamesh, we can't hear you. We can't hear or see the video either. Prathamesh, we can't hear you, and your time is also over, so we will quickly move to the Q&A round. Are you there?
Yes, I am over, man. My presentation is over. Thank you. Hello.
Prathamesh, we didn't get to see your video. I don't know how important is that to understand, but we didn't get to see the video. So if we could allow another 30 seconds for him to play the video. Are you able to play the video, Prathamesh?
Yes, yes.
Please try doing, please try running it once.
Okay, sorry.
I think he's facing bandwidth problems.
Shinvanti, what is the time-wise? Are we doing okay as far as time is concerned?
We are running a bit late, by the way, so.
Well, I think we should give him, I mean, if rest of the jury members are fine, we should maybe give another 2 minutes to see whether he can join again.
No, I'm okay. I think we need to see what he has.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
Am I audible, sir?
Prathamesh, if it is a YouTube video, could you share the link with us? Maybe we can see it separately. That's okay.
Okay.
If it is not playing at all, I mean, try playing, give it a try for 30 seconds, or maybe you could share the link with us.
I'm trying.
Manish, you can share the link at the chat box and we'll play it on your behalf.
Yes, that is a better idea, I guess.
Okay.
Share the link, please.
Okay. I'm sending.
Yes. Can somebody play it from the chat box, please?
Good afternoon.
One second.
Good afternoon, Ms. Munjal. We're just running 2 minutes late. If you could just...
Okay, no
thank
problem.
you. My apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prathamesh. Thank you.
So are we talking of deploying the solution in the mandis, Prathamesh?
What, sir?
Are we thinking of deploying these solution in the mandis, or where? I mean, what is the main target audience? You know, how have you envisaged it?
Basically, this project is used for in kitchen, and everyone can use this project.
So it is for individual domestic use, is what you are saying.
Yes.
And how much is it likely to cost?
It is a 4,000, but we are using it for commercially. Then they less than 2.5K to 3.5K.
Okay.
Do we have any more questions? Okay, I think it's done. Thank you so much, Prathamesh, for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Prathamesh. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Those were some very interesting ideas and innovations. So now While our jury and the team is shortlisting the evaluations, we will take a 15 minutes break. Please feel free to grab a cup of coffee for yourself. I request the jury to join the other link where they can discuss more on the evaluations part. Meanwhile, I would request to play some videos for our audience staying back. Meanwhile, I would like to invite our chief guest for today, Ms. Renu Munjal, Managing Director, Hero FinCorp. Ma'am, welcome to this event. So our jury members have taken a 15 minutes break for the evaluations part. So we can just meet after 15 minutes and announce the winners. Thank you.
My name is Nandit Mehra. I'm a final year BTech Computer Science student. So during my coursework, I worked with multiple projects on Android development, web development, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, and other related new technologies. Last year, I participated in Hack MIT, which is the annual hackathon held at Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the United States. I won the first prize in the bonus category there. BMU was very helpful to me, and they also supported me financially for the Hack MIT hackathon. This year, I participated in Facebook F8 Hackathon, which is an annual hackathon organized by Facebook in San Jose, California. BMU team was the top 8 finalist at the event, and also we had the opportunity to pitch our project to the Facebook CEO, Mark Zuckerberg. From the last year, I've been learning about blockchain technology. I found this technology to be quite revolutionary, and I think it can be very helpful in the problems where transparency and trust is a big factor. And I am now planning to build up a blockchain technology startup. BMU has become my second home after my hometown in Amritsar. It has taught me a lot about life, about making friends, and about talking to other people and being brave about the ideas I have.
Hello everyone, my name is Tushar Bhatia. I am an engineer by mistake, but surely an entrepreneur by passion.
I am 2019 BTech pass out from BML Munjal University in the field of computer science. And I am currently working as a director at Flotex Marketing Solutions Private Limited and Chief Operating Officer at Pixel. We run various branding and performance marketing campaigns in the field of market research, brand engagement, and real money gaming to meet marketing goals of our clients. I started my entrepreneurial journey by founding Brainweave in third year of my college, which focused mainly on brain development of students and workshops to escalate intellectual level of the students. So over the years, I started gaining profound interest in youth marketing, brand promotions, and influencer marketing, which led me to kickstart my career in this field by starting DigiFuse, which blends global digital technologies to build brand presence of our clients by our extensive student network pan-India. So after finding success in this field, I teamed up to build a student customized application named Pixel with an idea of bridging the gap between students and brands by providing users a unique platform where they can work on various campaigns and quests and at the same time avail exciting offers from their brands and also apply for part-time and full-time internships and job offers. So it has been quite a serial entrepreneurial journey for me, starting from Brainweave, then moving to DigiFuse, and finally reaching at Pixel. So the idea behind Pixel basically arises from three common problems in a student life, which is learning, earning, and saving. In my college life too, I used to face these problems and thus thought of converting these basic problems into a single stop solution. So BMU helped me in converting my entrepreneurial instinct into a streamlined flow by providing me a very good ambience and exposure wherein I could discuss my ideas with college students and even professors, and I got to learn new things every day. Moreover, the curriculum at BMU was quite phenomenal in making me understand all the aspects of lead entrepreneur. Currently, we are having 45,000 plus users on our platform with about 500 new users joining us every day. So it has been quite a fascinating journey for me so far, and we are going day by day with an aim of leveraging gig economy.
I'm Anuj Nair, that's what my full name is. So I'm pursuing mechanical engineering at BMU and I'm in my third year right now. Right from my childhood, I've been fascinated about things that most of the people weren't. I started questioning about our very purpose of existence and why the universe existed or what was the purpose of life. I wanted to do something what other people didn't. I wanted to contribute to humanity. I wanted risk in something that I was doing, and I wanted that to be something that I'm passionate about. Being at BMU has enabled me to learn how to make capable decisions. So I've learned how to make decisions for myself and the others. Experiential learning, I think, is one of the most important part that any education system must imbibe into it.
Learning by doing is what makes experiential learning great, and that is a huge advantage that the students in BMU have.
We have created a septic gas detector which will detect the poisonous gases in the septic tank. Facilities like workshops and tinkering lab and the club like robotics club which helped us to work upon this project.
If you ask me what I am right now, I think a major part is played by BMU in the last 4 years. There has been a huge transition and I love the transition.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. What the heck are you
school hip hop. We're gonna crank it up non-stop.
From the bylanes of Kamalia and the rugged landscapes of Quetta, they escaped to India with little more than the shirts on their backs. In the partition-ravaged cities of Amritsar, Agra and Delhi, 4 of the 6 Munjal brothers, Dayanand, Satyanand, Brij Mohanlal and Om Prakash, built their business part by part. Armed with nothing but self-belief, the brothers began with trading and then manufacturing bicycle parts, which soon evolved into the production of bicycles. For post-independence India, the Hero bicycle gave wings to the aspirations of the common man. By 1986, 30 years after its inception, Hero Cycles became the largest bicycle maker in the world. In the next 15 years, the motorcycle venture, Hero Honda, repeated the feat. And both pole positions are held firmly even today. Hero's story is about humble beginnings, the refugee entrepreneurial spirit, hard work, and zeal. It looks at how 4 brothers with little formal education created a world-class enterprise. This is the incredible tale of a principle-driven organization that created exceptional value for a society that desperately needed transportation. How did 4 brothers with distinct personalities work like a cohesive unit and build a manufacturing behemoth? How did they synchronize their strengths? How did they resolve their differences, if any? The story goes deep inside the family spirit, the parivar, that brought together employees, customers, channel partners, suppliers and local communities to create success, welfare and well-being for millions. This is the making of Hero. 4 brothers, 2 wheels, and a revolution that shaped India.
there was
Thank you all for joining back. Now, may I please request our jury members to speak a few words? And to start with, I would invite Mr. Soumya Goen, Head Marketing Firefox, to share his views.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Priyanka. First of all, I would really like to thank BML Munjal University for organizing such a really, really beautiful event to pick up the great innovations and talents from India. And Firefox is really very proud to be the part of this event, where we can recognize our young talents of India. I would really like to thank all the jury members here, BML Munjal University team completely with Apurva and all the participants who has made their journey to the grand finale. Firefox Bike is basically the India's leading bicycle brand and a Hero Cycles Group company. Recently, you can find, has been a paradigm shift in these times, and cycles are now evolved as a medium of transportation and transformations. I'm sure everyone present here can cherish the old sweet memories of riding cycles in childhood with friends and joy of riding together. As you are aware, COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in unprecedented bicycle sales in India, and more people try to remain fit and avoid public transportation these days. For basically the fear of contacting the virus, everyone is looking for an outdoor and friendly activity to help to better combat with the challenges associated with stay at home, and cycling fits its bill well. Well, to be very honestly, we have witnessed some great presentations and innovations from everyone, be it Medang with the Q app, Amitav with the solar mobile charging, Mitt with the sensor board dashbin, Shark Bike by Jayant, Mikhail with the great technology, and many more we have seen. However, I personally feel that each and every project was really, really different and extraordinary. No matter who bags the top 3 positions, I personally feel that all of you are really winners and have great, bright, and shining futures for sure. So, guys, keep your curiosity and enthusiasm alive. You'll surely going to touch the great heights for sure. With this, I wish all the best to everyone. A very happy and prosperous New Year 2021, and let's see who bags the winners. Thank you so much. Thanks. Thanks, Anthony.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. May we please request Mr. Prashant Sabeshan, partner AZB and partners, to share his views.
Good afternoon. Thanks. It's been a pleasure, being here. My thanks to the Munjal family, to the BML family, to other jury members. It's been a great learning experience from all of you. Very inspirational, very very out of the box. All of you at this age, maybe 15, 16, 17, have considered so many factors, social costs, economic costs. It's not easy, and I would like to congratulate each one of you for being here. Like Soumya said, it's a great achievement, irrespective of whether you win or lose. So a big pat on the back for each one of you. You can pat yourselves, and you deserve, all the applause and appreciation. You continue to, I think, inspire us. You've shared various pros and cons, and I can only, wish you well. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now please request Mr. Neeraj Kapoor, Director, Center for Management Development, IMA, to speak a few words.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think thank you so much for giving us half a day of great learning. I think very, very gratifying to see young people thinking big. Wonderful. I'm sure out of 2,200 entries, 175 selected, you are a very, very elite group. I think to be here on this forum, presenting your wonderful ideas to an extremely challenging jury team, I suppose, is not an easy task. So you've all aced it. I think a couple of things that I wanted to discuss or maybe share with you on innovation is that there are two different types of innovations that we got to see today, and one which was completely driven by the product innovation, and the other was a stream of business model and society service innovations, which is in fact both of them are very, very good to see. But please remember that until and unless we have a sweet mix of both of them, no product could be successful. So while you are all very, very young and you'll have a lot of opportunities in this life to innovate, remember that whenever we are creating a product, we need to have the end consumer in mind. We need to have the society impact and benefit in mind. And let me tell you, we are a very, very large and a complex country. As Mr. Munjal always mentioned, that we are not a country, we are a continent, right? So given the size of our population, given the mix and complexity of our cultures and all, there are a whole lot of problems which are there in the system and which would keep on cropping up from time to time as we mature as a society. So keep your eye on the emerging problems also, right? And try mixing your product innovation to the problems which are there, and make changes and innovation to your business models also, because no innovation can ever be successful till the time it has acceptability. So keep that as the mantra in mind. That's all I have to say to you. I saw some very, very bright ideas. I saw some very bright people today. I mean, and they are fired by what they believe in. So all the best to all of you. I think it was a wonderful day for all of us. And let's look forward to who are the top 3 people in the contest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that motivation. May I please request Mr. Ronak Jogeshwar, Adult Tinkering Labs, to share his views.
I think Ronak is not there.
Yes. No problem. We will move to Dr. Vishal Talwar, Dean School of Management, BML Munjal University.
Thank you very much. I think it's an absolute pleasure, as Mr. Neeraj mentioned, that it is a half day of very fruitful learning. So refreshing and different to a lot of the other sessions that we may have looked at. I think the kind of talent that you have, as class 11 students, class 12 students, I'm made to believe that there are younger students as well who who kind of file their applications to show their passion and, of course, the innovativeness. So it's wonderful to see this kind of potential. We had a lot of trouble as jury to come to a conclusion, right? We had a lot of trouble, a lot of innovativeness. There's so much thought to what you guys are doing. Looking back at what we may have been, let's say, at a similar age as you, I'm not too sure. I don't want to get into more details there, but the fact is that I mean, it's very clear that the future is in safe hands in a way. If you're able to sustain this talent, don't get lost into in this whole thing around getting into the, let's say, the mainstream, or getting into a situation which is more around herd, or whatever you want to call it. Keep this spirit alive, keep this innovativeness alive, keep this contextualization alive. I think a lot of the innovation that we saw today are very much reminiscent and very much a function of what you see around you, which is very good. I think that's the key at the end of the day. A model that may be straight away imported or whatever else, an innovation model, may not necessarily work in the Indian context. India is quite different. We were having this conversation about 5 minutes back that India is not necessarily one, Mr. Neeraj mentioned that it's essentially a continent. So I think your ability to contextualize, your ability to fit and align to what the Indian needs are, that's fundamentally what will differentiate. I think a lot of the models that come in, innovation models that have come into India, and been maybe straight away aligned from what has been operating elsewhere, may do well from the urban perspective, may do well wherein a certain supranational segment exists, in the Indian cities and the bigger, tier 1, whatever towns, right? But if you want to kind of target a lot of other areas, the tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 kind of, zones or regions, I think it needs to be contextualized. It needs to be made specific, and that's where the success actually is. My apologies. I think being an academic, if you let me talk, I'll carry on till the cows come home. I don't want to do it. Well, thank you very much. Absolute pleasure to evaluate. I'm sure hope we've done justice. But we believe as a jury, it was tough, but we had to come to a decision. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for encouraging our participants. And finally, I would request Dr. Sarabjot Singh Anand, Director, Computer Science and Engineering, BMU, to share his thoughts.
Thank you. One of the joys of being the last person to speak is that you have to continuously rewrite your speech as people speak before you, because they've said everything you wanted to say. What I'd like to add to whatever has already been said rather articulately is the fact that, I feel honored that I have heard these ideas that you have brought here today. I think one of the brilliant things of working with young people is that despite the gray hair in my beard, we remain young because of our association with you. And, I can safely say that India is in safe hands when we have people at the age of 17 and 18 that are coming up with such innovative ideas. The very fact that we could have somebody like, Jayant, who was talking about a very innovative design idea, and the passion that he brought, makes me believe that we can have an Elon Musk from India also in the future. Don't ever believe that a jury like us can ever really judge you. You are brilliant in your own ways, every one of you, and you will succeed. The great thing about competing is the fact that these competitions allow you to learn how to succeed despite being misjudged. And, as an entrepreneur, you are always going to have to walk a path that most people are too scared to walk. India, to me, is the land of opportunity, not the US. We often talk about the land of opportunity being the US. India is actually the land of opportunity because of the diversity we have, not only in cultures, but also in, the incredible breadth of, income that exists within our society. The opportunities for making a difference are huge. Contextualizing, localizing your solutions, like a lot of you have done, are really the path to success here. Professor Talwar had mentioned the fact that a lot of the companies we hear about that have got incredible valuations have been copycats that have taken ideas from the West and tried to contextualize it to India. And nothing wrong with that, but I think what I've seen today really gives me hope And I truly believe that, it is the youth that are going to save us, as one of the presenters had actually mentioned, through their innovation. So thank you so much for educating us today, and best of luck to all of you. It doesn't matter who wins today, really. I think all of you can succeed with your ideas. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, jury, for your valuable comments, thoughts, and suggestions. I'm sure these will take our young entrepreneurs a long way. It has been tough competition indeed, but to announce the winners today, now I would like to invite our chief guest, Ms. Renu Munjal, Managing Director, Hero FinCorp, to give out the prizes to the top 3 winners. Ms. Renu Munjal is one of the founding members of BML Munjal University. She is the Managing Director of Hero FinCorp and the former Executive Director of Hero Motorcorp. She is involved in many CSR projects, which include setting up and managing a K-12 school and a vocational training center. She also takes active interest in projects concerning women's empowerment. Ma'am, may we please request you to announce the winners?
Good afternoon, dear children. I hope you all are doing great this afternoon, and I'm pleased to announce the winner today. The second runner prize goes to Jasmeet Kaur Puri from GD Goenka Public School, New Delhi. She wins the Montana 29 bike from Firefox, a chance to avail 50% scholarship of any UG program at BMU, and a cash prize of 20,000. Congratulations.
Hello. Ma'am, thank you so much. Actually, I am so honored. I did not think that I will win today because there were so many good ideas. And the session that we that we took before, that actually helped me a lot. It helped me it was like a backbone. Thank you so much. I'm actually honored. I don't know what to say. I wasn't expecting.
So,
Congratulations, Jasmeet. Well done.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I did not know that I was speaking. Sorry.
Now our first runner prize goes to Mirigan Pavagi, Vishwa Bharati Public School, Noida. He wins the Crusader 29D bike from Firefox, a chance to avail 75% scholarship of any UG program at BMU, and a cash prize of 30,000. Congratulations.
Well, thank you so much. That's a big, really, that's very encouraging for me. And yeah, again, thank you so much for this great program.
Well done, Mrigank. Keep on working on your concept to refine it. Great. Good job.
Sir. Thank you so much.
And now the winner for Heroes of Tomorrow 2020 contest is Mikhal Sunil, Cochin Refinery School, Kerala. He takes away the Suragi Firefox bike, a chance to avail 100% scholarship from any UG program at BMU, and a cash prize of 50,000. Well done. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to everyone. Thank you, ma'am.
May we please request you to speak a few words?
Good afternoon, everybody. Dear students, esteemed jury members, dear Swati, Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Manoj Arora, and his leadership team and other guests. Congratulations, winners. It was a pleasure getting to know your ideas and heartening to see the passion with which you all have already set out to make the society a better place. I feel proud today that BML Munjal University is working with the youth in helping each of you to realize the hero within and helping take your ideas to reality. I would like to especially applaud the teachers and parents of the students who participated. This year has been a different and a challenging one. With all the children largely studying from home, teachers and parents have been working exceptionally hard in ensuring that their children education continues seamlessly, and in that period of support, your children's passion also is very commendable. Felicitation to all of you. Behind a hero is a supportive and a well-guiding teacher. The hero group has been lucky to have our chairman, Shri Brijmohan Lal Manjalji, as our guiding light. And it is his ideology that I see coming to life today and feel proud to be a part of BML Munjal University. The role of education has never been just to help our students earn a living, but to help them become someone who can take this world to a better place in and every way possible. When I first heard about the contest, Heroes of Tomorrow, I was curious about how it would have fared this year with the pandemic and all students away from their peers, faculty, and school. However, just the fact that the team received 2,000 plus entries from students across 600 schools is outstanding. I have immense hope in this generation and I believe our future is in good hands. If there is one thing we have all learned this year, it is the innovation is the key to everything. No one knows about the future holds. And when the pandemic like COVID strikes us, we understand the importance of skill like thinking outside the box, being prepared for the uncertain, knowing how to help the people around you stay hopeful and see the light in the dark, knowing how to come up with a solution from a problem that doesn't exist today. And this, I believe, has been BMU's mission since it was founded, training future ethical leaders. Contests like this starts this work even before you all reach the university age. Keep it up, children. I would like to thank BMU team for giving me the opportunity to see the first hand of magic innovation that our young dear students can do. Congratulations, all participants. You all are truly the heroes of tomorrow, and I hope your passion and your ideas can grow leaps and bounds. Wish you all Merry Christmas and a very healthy and a happy 2021. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts and motivating us. Now, moving ahead, congratulations, Michael, for winning. May we please request you to speak a few words?
Yes, ma'am, of course. So actually, I didn't actually expect I would get like the first prize and all. I just thought it was a great chance for like participating in BMU's contest. So first of all, I would like to thank God for giving me this opportunity and giving this prize. And the rest. Actually, it was having like weeks of hard work and so many research. But actually, by God's grace, it was all paid off. So thank you.
That was great. That was amazing. May we also request your parents or teachers to speak a few words about the victory?
Yes, ma'am. My sir is there, so let me see.
Yeah, congratulations, Mikhail. It's extremely happy and proud to see this moment as a teacher of yours being selected into the semifinals and later being selected in the competition itself. It's a remarkable achievement. Your hard work has paid off. We were just facilitating your idea, supporting your idea, and I extremely happy to see this. This is one of the greatest moment in my teaching history, I should say. At the same time, I would like to thank this BML University and all great judges who were there, the participants who had wonderful ideas of presentations of carrying heavy bag and spraying nutrients to sustainable jobs, apps for Q Easy apps, and I was particularly amazed to see Green Idols, then so many Shark, Electric Era, and many other things. One word I would like to share with you all. This is just not just a moment of joy, but it's a moment of hard work that has paid off from Mikhail, because he was having that fire in him, and I was just supporting him. That's all. God bless him to do better in the future. Was extremely happy to be a part with you in this competition. Thank you so much, judges. Thank you so much to the organizers. God bless everyone. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And I'm sure that Mikhail is going to go a long way. Moving ahead, congratulations, Mrigank, on being the first runner-up. May we please request you to speak a few words?
Hello.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I am Rigang's father, and I actually gone through the entire this event. I actually saw all the presentations and enjoyed a lot, and I'm really happy and satisfied by the way the people presented, and especially the Mrigang has done a lot of efforts. He was doing something, lots of practices and making the slides, along with some marketing pamphlets. But today I understood that in the given environment, these students, these kids, they perform much better. Even I tried to understand this idea from his in his own words many times. But today I saw his live presentation. I connected from my office on this platform, Zoom platform, and I was really much more satisfied than my expectation. So I really thank you for providing such kind of platform. It actually gives insight to every participant, and it makes some kind of it actually guide to make some corrections, to do some improvement in their efforts and all. And of course, need not to mention, but kind of encouragement which is actually coming from this platform is really commendable. I really appreciate and thank you so much for making this kind of events.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so in fact, I came here last year as well. I came to BMU, and definitely it was a great chance to learn a lot about all that goes into innovation and into business, and and everything else around it. So definitely I would there was a big thanks to the entire team and all the jury. This was a great chance to learn and to present something. Definitely.
That is great, Mrigank. All the best for your future as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, Jasmeet, on being the second runner-up. May we please request you to speak a few words as well?
Hi, I think I did speak a lot, and not taking any more time. I'm just grateful for my teachers and my parents. Thank you so much. I genuinely wasn't expecting it. And just speaking to the jury and them giving me so many ideas, and also seeing presentations, especially by Aditi Singh, that was genuinely good. I would like if my teacher could speak, because she also guided and supported me a lot. My teacher and my mom, yeah.
Here I want to add in something. I'm Jasmeet's mother. So thank you so much to all the organizer and the jury members. And thanks to Jasmeet as well. She made me feel proud today. Thanks a lot to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot, Jasmeet, as well. All the best. Now, moving ahead to close the proceedings of the day, we would like to request Dr. Nigam Nugehali, Dean School of Law, BML Munjal University, to speak a few words of wisdom.
Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking all the participants in this great event, the young students who came and showed us the breadth and depth of their imagination, our distinguished jury members who were patient and were in fact quite active in the way they communicated and participated in the various plans that were presented, and the organizers of this event who right from the inception right up to now have done a wonderful job in showcasing the talent that we have in this country. And of course, thank you very much to Ms. Renu Munjal for coming here and talking to us about innovation. So all in all, I think it's almost fitting that we are here talking about various kinds of innovations and various kinds of opportunities that our ideas provide at a time when we need innovation more than ever, at a time when our world has changed beyond our imagination, and it continues to change, the dynamics of which even we are not aware of where the direction is going. It is fitting that we are having this event at a time like this, which shows that our future is in the hands of people who can rise to that challenge. I want to end by saying that it's important that we understand how far-reaching the idea of innovation is in our educational curriculum, not just at the BMU University, but also across India. It's important that we understand that. We understand that an innovative mindset is an important element, not just in terms of what technological changes come out of it, but also in terms of what kind of individuals we shape in our schools and universities. So what BMU is trying to do, and what I think other universities ought to do as well, is try to have a system in which our students can think about novel ideas, which is what's happened here today, for example. But in addition to that, they also think in terms of relevant ideas, ideas that are useful in our society or in any society that they are formed part of. So our students, for example, today talked about farmers, about queues, about garbage, about dumpsters, and all of these are important, not just because they're novel, but also because they're relevant. And finally, in addition to novelty and relevance, our education system must enable our students to be pragmatic and application oriented. And once again, we saw that on display today, right? We saw that every student is telling us what's the proof of concept, how will they bring it to market, how will they price it, how will they ensure that something that happens on scale, how is it that they are going to offer a service that might be novel and maybe relevant, but also has to work in the real world. And it's this combination, the combination of novelty, relevance, and pragmatism, realism, that I think is missing in some aspects of our education. And this is what we really, through this program, through this competitions, we are trying to inculcate that in our students. So it is on that note that I'll end. I think thank you once again to everyone here. The organizers did a brilliant job. The juries were absolutely brilliant. I want to thank all the students here, the young minds who have come here and enriched us, not just made presentations, but enriched us as well. Thank you, one and all. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. With that, we come to the end of the day. Congratulations once again to all the winners. Our team will connect with each one of you individually and request you to come to the campus to collect your prizes on a mutually decided day. We will also provide a certificate of participation to all our participants. Now, we would like to extend our gratitude to few of our team members who have worked to make this a grand success. Professor Devinder Singh, Assistant Dean, BML Munjal University. Shubham Srivastava,
अजय ले जाओ अजय को फोन उसको बोल रही हूँ बैग ले जाए ऊपर ही है सब लोग नीचे आना चाहिए
Ma'am, can you please introduce yourself? Thank you. Yeah, moving ahead. Shubham Srivastav, Brand Manager of Marketing. Mrs. Apurva Bagchi, Director of Marketing, BML Munjal University. Mr. Arun Sharma, Assistant Manager IT. Rubal Saxena, Assistant Manager Marketing. Tanya Vansha, Senior Executive Marketing. And Pankaj Parashar, our graphic designer. Thank you, Ms. Renu Munjal, for all your support. Thank you all and have a great day.
Thank you so much, Shivanti.
Thank you.
सर मैं ये कह रही थी कि जो इन्फॉर्म वाला है
Thanks
वो
everyone.
वाला हमने जैसे शूट करवाया था पुराना वाला अभी